$78,000 a year. 78,000 after 6 years, they'll be making $78,000 more than they made right now in 6 years. That's the way to go. Guys and gals, if you're listening, F college, get into the ports. Go and be a longshoreman. Yeah, go be a longshoreman. He's going to be the automation aspect. Yeah, because Europe is man, I don't know what percentage it is, but every time I see any videos from Europe or Asia, it's almost all automation. Yeah, we're incredibly slow because we're using manpower, not automation. Yeah, but I don't know how long they can hold off that argument. Yeah, no, I think you're right. So maybe they can get the money while you can. But still, look, even if they're using manpower in the United States, they still made a $400 billion profit over the last 2 years. So they got to share. Got to share with you guys. So congratulations, dock workers. 61% increase. You know what's going to happen now? I guarantee it's going to happen. The West Coast guys are getting word of it, and they're going to strike because they want that same thing. They're going to be the next. They're going to be like, hey, 61%? We want 61%. What was it a year ago? We just had ours. Yeah, we're going to shut it down. Shut it down! 61%. That is wild. All right, we're live on KFI. We'll get back. We'll talk about the Felicia fire. Is that what they're calling it? Felicia?
Yes.
The one in Ventura?
Yes.
All right, we'll talk about that. That's a fire we should probably keep our eye on. We're live on KFI. More now, correct? Governor Newsom says Norwalk is officially in violation of state housing requirements and will lose state funding for refusing to build homeless shelters. A TikTok creator named Mr. Prada in Louisiana has been charged with second-degree murder and obstruction of justice for the death of a man whose body was found on the side of a highway. Hundreds of creepy people in La Junta, Colorado have celebrated its annual mating hunt of the tarantulas. The males crawl out of their holes this time every year to look for partners as the town has a parade and Hairy Lake contest. We'll take a look at the freeways next. Advanced hair. Oh, man, it's so great to look young, especially in this town. It's the Look at Me capital of the world. And a lot of the energy in a workplace comes from the younger people, at least younger-looking people. And you want to be involved with that as long as you can. You don't want to look like you're 95 when you're 35. And you can do something about it. With Advanced Hair, they're the best. They combine science and technology. They give you back your real growing hair. It's a one-day treatment, guaranteed to grow for the rest of your life. AdvancedHair.com. Use the promo code Tim. You're going to save $250. That's right, $250 stays in your pocket. What are you waiting for? Schedule that free consultation right away. Get the promo code Tim. Include that. Save $250. And you start seeing these life-changing results immediately. Guaranteed to grow. AdvancedHair.com. Promo code Tim. That's AdvancedHair.com. Promo code Tim. Clear and cool through the night. Tomorrow's going to be like today, and then hotter through the weekend into Monday. This report brought to you by Discover. It is slow in Calabasas.
Outside of the 101 with delays leaving Las Virgenes. Heavy and slow all the way to the 170, 134 split. Delays in stretches through the Cahuenga Pass heading into downtown Los Angeles. Industry with Mike O'Brien. KFI in the sky.
605 southbound. You're loaded up now just about Peck Road. From Peck down to the 5, that's the worst of it. Northbound 605, it's on the brakes there pretty much from Norwalk. Starting at the 105, and that's pretty choppy up through Whittier. A little looser than the southbound, though. Now the 60 eastbound, very tough out of East LA. That loads up at the beginning of the freeway, and pretty much just bumper to bumper all the way through Montebello out to the 605. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
It's It's been over 3 decades since the film adaptation of The Joy Luck Club dazzled audiences and critics, and a long-rumored sequel is still in the works. Cast member Rosalind Chow revealed that there's a script and that she, Ming Na Wen, Tamlin Tabita, and Lisa Liu are all looking good to return. Amy Tan, whose novel inspired the original film, is also on board, along with screenwriter-producer Ron Bass. Released in 1993, The Joy Luck Club was one of the first big studio films featuring a primarily Asian-American cast, eventually leading to hits including Crazy Rich Asians and Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. No additional plot, casting info, or a release platform or timeline has been announced for the tentatively titled Joy Luck Club 2.
Alright,
And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
here's what you missed today on the Bill Handel Show. Massive port strike. They want to stop technology because what technology does is you need fewer workers. Can you imagine the United Auto Workers saying no more robots? And they're willing to simply stop advancement to keep people working. Bill Handel, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Maybe I got another place I can't miss you, but
Because it's not safe news to point out, to be in the bus riders union, all you really need to have is an ass to sit down on the bus. So the bus riders union, very weak. Very weak. Dock workers, very strong.
Bus Riders Union.
Bus riders union.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. There's a bus riders union. And all you need to do is
maybe
you have to be on the bus, and join up. You're the bus riders union. Very weak union. Strikers, you gotta listen to me. You have to have a tremendous effect on the economy in order to have a strong union. The auto workers got it. The dock workers got it. I think for the most part, a lot of the teachers got it too. Teachers pretty good. So you have to have a lot of manpower, a lot of women power, a lot of strength on your side in order to make a lot of money. Bus riders union, no good. Dock workers, really good. All right, it's over. So congratulations. Now let's talk about this fire, the Felicia fire burning in Ventura.
I'm going to give you a fresh impact. The Felicia fire here burning just to the west of Lake Pirate. You can see this 300-acre fire continuing to smolder. There's a moderate to pretty heavy push in the Los Padres National Forest as fire crews continue to attack this fire on the ground and from the air. The winds have shifted a little bit in the last hour or two, and so it's creating a little bit more of a smoky situation over the lake itself with the winds coming out of the west, and there is an evacuation order in effect for the entire recreation area around Lake Piru. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this fire as it continues to spread. Reporting live from Bear 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Iowa.
All right, so it's always up to me. People don't know where Lake Piru is. I do. And, I've driven limousine for many years. I'll tell you where it is. If you're at Magic Mountain and you look directly west, southwest actually, you'd run into Lake Piru up there. And it's right off. It's near Buckhorn, if you know where that is. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe you have no idea where you are. Maybe you don't have any idea where you are right now. It's not a problem. But if you're up at Lake Castaic, and
I just walked
you're
backwards all the
water
way through the
skiing or
living
doing your
room.
thing in Lake Castaic,
Is it?
and you go directly west, you run
Pretty.
into Lake Piru.
I look like an
And
open
this
umbrella.
fire is burning
Grandpa
that
says
area.
you're going to a
So
soiree.
Fillmore is
Don't
a
bother
beautiful
me.
city. When my daughter had a
Go watch TV.
There were football games. She was a cheerleader. And she had football games with Fillmore. Man, I love Fillmore. Fillmore people up there are beautiful. They got a beautiful town. You ever been to Fillmore, Chris?
Yeah, way up north there.
It's beautiful up there. I'd love to live in Fillmore.
It's a cool little town.
Yeah, they got a great little downtown there. A lot of bars you can drink and get, these new age pizzas, tiny pizzas in a wood oven. It's great up there. Fillmore. So Fillmore, people in Fillmore are going to be affected by this fire. Santa Paula is just to the west, and then Ojai is directly west, nowhere near the fire, but it's burning right now near Lake Piru. And I didn't know whether, was that Chris Christie that said that?
Live Bear 7 on Chris Christie.
Yeah, Chris Christie. All right, let's find out where this is with Lake Piru.
I want to give you a fresh look at the Felicia fire here, Bernie, just to the west.
Okay, west. Just to the west of Lake Piru. So that's west of the 5 freeway, and it's right up near Magic Mountain. You know that street you can take? It's that highway that goes like from the 5 all the way to Santa Paula, and you hook up with the 101 again. That's where it's burning. And so a lot of the people who live up in Fillmore, very nervous. I get it. I understand it. But it looks like hopefully they get a handle on this thing. But that's where it's burning. Piru, west of Lake Piru. And there's a lot of forest up there.
So that's Telegraph Road, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
5, yeah.
Yeah. And that is it runs right along the Santa Clara River there.
Yes.
So be aware that fire is going on. We'll keep you updated all day long. But the big story is the poor workers. You don't have to buy any more toilet paper. The toilet paper, the panic buying is over. You can take your toilet paper back to Costco. You're going to get the stink eye. You deserve it. You deserve it. Because you tried to hoard and collect and make money off other people's panic, which you're not supposed to do. But in LA, we ignore a lot of norms in this part of the country, and we all try to do things for ourselves, and we forget about other people. If you want to learn how to do that, though, if you want to learn how to treat other people, go live in the Midwest for 5 years. It may not even take you 5 years. Go live in the West, go live in the South, but go live in a small town outside of LA for 4 or 5 years, and you'll, by the end of your graduation, you'll know exactly how to treat people. Go live in Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, Minneapolis, Indiana, St. Louis, Kentucky. Go live in that part of the country for 3 or 4 years. When you come back to LA, you'll be a different person. You'll know how to treat people, and you won't go into a Costco and buy 50 packages of toilet paper to try to sell for more money, and when people are panicking. You'll be a changed man or a changed woman. But if you stay in LA, well, you'll continue to be an a-hole. But you're one of our a-holes, so we sort of like you, right? But please, let's not panic shop anymore. We did that during Costco, and a lot of people,
COVID?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. during COVID, and a lot of people did panic. I was one of them as well, but that was a pandemic. None of us lived through that. We've all lived through port strikes or, longshoreman strikes, or at least, something sort of like it. But let's not panic buy anymore. And maybe Costco should limit the purchase.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't think you ever heard, it's 90% of toilet paper is made in the USA. I don't remember hearing that when we had the big panic buy last.
I think you're right.
So I think this is a good opportunity for people to understand that.
Well, but the panic buying the toilet paper last time wasn't whether it's going to get to this country or not.
Right.
It's going to be whether those factories could stay open.
Yes.
During COVID. And that's when everybody did.
Supply chain.
Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah, what's the supply chain? You're exactly right. Yeah, the truckers. But let's try to, let's apologize. If you bought 50 packages of toilet paper, let's not do that again. Let's apologize to everybody and go on our way. All right, we're live on KFI Morning Health Approach.
Critical thinkers wanted.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, you can have some money going your way. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. If you bought gas in the Southland between February 20th and November 10th of 2015, you can file a claim as part of a settlement with trading firms for manipulating gas prices.
California routinely is the nation's most expensive gas by far, but now trading firms have agreed to pay out $50 million to settle an antitrust lawsuit accusing them of colluding to manipulate spot market prices.
Stone says claims can be made online. The LA County Sheriff's Office has given top honors to more than 24 deputies.
The Medal of Valor has been awarded for heroic action in recent years, saving people from fires or talking someone out of suicide.
He had a bus against his neck.
Some of the harrowing moments were shared through body cam footage of the ceremony inside Bob Hope Patriotic Hall in downtown LA. Sheriff Robert Luna says the recipients and his entire department have acted bravely amid increased scrutiny and difficulty on the job.
And yet, they risk everything to serve their communities, to serve each and every one of us.
In downtown LA, Michael Monks, KFI News.
The Alec Baldwin film Rusted is set its world premiere 3 years after cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed on the set in New Mexico. The film resumed production last year and premiered at a film festival in Poland next month. We followed by a panel discussion with the director.
Hey,
and we'll talk about the shooting and Halloween.
So baby, what's going on? You know what the fuck's up, boo?
Yeah.
My little. Baby, why are you censoring the word nigga? You know you said that was a call came in. I ain't censoring shit. I knew you've been out there with Mr. Joe petting them fucking white animals. I know you've been out there with Papa Joe, petting them little fucking honky muppets.
Shawty, you crazy, baby. Look,
not as crazy as your homeless ass is. I'm out this relationship, my.
Southern Lebanon to help people there, to help the most vulnerable, so the elderly, the sick, people who financially couldn't afford to flee.
Watt's family says he was killed by an Israeli airstrike Tuesday. The White House says it's English by the news. And 100,000 families in England have agreed to let doctors test blood from their newborn babies' umbilical cords.
Newborn babies are routinely given a heel prick blood test that checks for 9 serious conditions, but there are many more potential rare diseases out there, and doctors are hoping new genetic screening will catch them earlier.
BBC Sherry Preston says the umbilical cord testing could help detect as many as 200 rare conditions early in a baby's life. Hundreds of blood samples have already been collected from babies born in 13 hospitals in England. Around 40 hospitals will eventually offer the test. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear tonight, lows below 60. Sunny tomorrow and maybe a degree cooler, but still going to be hot like today. Highs close to 80 at the beaches, close to 90 Metro LA, Orange County, around 110 in the Inland Empire, mid-90s in the valleys, and around 100 in the Antelope Valley. Heating up about 10 degrees through the weekend with the peak Monday before cooling down. Right now in Gwynedd Park, 77, Irvine, 74, Torrance, Burbank, 87 degrees.
Pressure coming on 3rd and 10. Picked up enough to give him time to find Jones.
Let's go to Crash in North Hills.
This is on 405. North Dallas, coming right up on Nordoff. Walking the right way, they could sweep everything off the shoulder. Or drive over 17. Getting away from Michael Bryant, KFI in the sky.
Then it's back on the brakes out of Irvine, pretty much from Jeffrey on Topian speeds up to Disney Way from there. And if you're heading through the St. Anna Canyon, that's Airport 41 eastbound, Weir Canyon over to Green Road. Michael Bryant, KFI in the sky.
California's own Northern traffic reports. I'm HRT News.
This is season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. That's how you're playing basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. And start listening.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. In the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In the 70s, as it was happening, a lot of us probably thought, gee, there's a lot going on. But looking back at a decade of violence, it was just crazy. It was a crazy time.
Most serial killers don't make any effort to involve media or investigators. They're very secretive. They don't want attention. They just want their crimes to go unnoticed. But the idea of committing a crime and then calling the police and bragging about it, that's a whole other level of terror.
A man who wore a medieval-style executioner's hood baffled the police, baffled the media. He seems to crave publicity. He sent letters and cryptograms to newspapers and the police. The subject stated, I want to report a murder. No, a double murder. I did it.
Here we are, 50 years after the first Zodiac. In today's world of forensics, old cases are getting solved. We're talking about probably the most famous cold case last century in terms of its drama and being unsolved. Who doesn't want to know how it turns out? From iHeartRadio, How Stuff Works, and Tenderfoot TV. This is Monster, the Zodiac Killer.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, it's Conway Show. The dock workers strike, the longshoremen, it's over. They're going back to work. They got a 61% increase over the next 6 years. So they're going to be enjoying that. Lots more money coming in. So if you own a little restaurant or, I don't know, a little bar, maybe a little store in one of those areas, a lot more money is going to be coming into your establishment. Because a lot more money is going into the longshoremen's pockets.
Hell yeah. Crave Pete, bitch.
You know, this is strike in Hollywood.
Somebody be like, done.
About the cleaners. I always talk about cleaners. Like actors and actresses, directors, the only people who use cleaners. So keep an eye on that. Any more details come out of that. But it looks like the strike is over, so we may not have any more details. The fire in Ventura, the Felicia fire, burning near Lake Hiram.
Hook a brother up. Wicked, wow. Wow. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this. None of this. The given data is correct. Fuck.
Unless you visit them. So get out to your CVS to keep it open. You've got to go. If you don't go, they'll close as well. And then we'll have nothing. So CVS, they have layoffs. That's the first sign things aren't going well. Then they close, then you complain. Can't get Band-Aids or hot water bottles anymore.
Now, it's not immediately clear how many of the job cuts will happen in Rhode Island, but company
God, what the fuck?
to stay next week, a step which is only required when an employer is laying off 50 or more employees. Woonsocket-based pharmacy giant CVS is eliminating 2,900 jobs, citing
Are you fucking me?
expectations.
They're looking at efficiency, that's for sure. They're trying to find ways to cut costs.
Johnson & Wales finance professor Tim Howes explaining how he believes this decision was made from a business perspective.
Human capital is the biggest expense typically, or one of the larger expenses the company has. And so trying to find efficiencies by having fewer employees and doing the same amount of work is a great way to reduce profits and shareholders. I do like to see that, and that's what you're probably seeing here.
CVS spokesperson Mike DeAngelis says the layoffs make up 1% of the company's overall workforce.
1%, and they're going to have to compete with Amazon. And this is why it's going to be very tough to compete with Amazon. I'll tell you 2 quick stories. The other day, I was going to go buy socks. I have really bad socks. There's a hole in one. The elastics don't work much anymore. And I wanted to redo my old sock drawer. I wanted to throw out the old ones, get about 18 pair, 12 pair of new ones. I'm good with about 12 pair. And I like the gold toes a lot. Very simple guy. No, 2 packages of 6. Yeah, because sometimes you might wear 2 a day. You know, you work in the yard, then you go out to dinner. You might go through 2 pairs of white socks. So I like to have at least 12 pair on hand. And so I was going to go to Glendale to JCPenney's. That's where they sell them. I like the store. The parking is closed. But I've noticed the last 2 times I've been to the Glendale Galleria, parking is a nightmare. Getting in and out of that parking lot is hell. Well, we should reserve hell for people who've gone through hell. But comparatively so speaking, it is a nightmare to park over at the Glendale Galleria. So instead, I went on Amazon and I ordered the socks, 2 packages of 6 pair each, so 12 pair, 24 individual stockings. And they're $22 at JCPenney. At Amazon, they were $16. And I ordered them at 2 o'clock on Monday, and they said the earliest they could have them delivered, 5 p.m. on Monday. I ordered them at 2.
You get it delivered by drone?
They got there at 5:30.
Oh, should have got your money back.
I know. I was pacing out in front, swearing Amazon's name. What are these freeloaders doing? What are these heathens doing? Where are my socks? I knew what's going on with that guy. So, how do you compete with that? They cost less, free delivery, same day. How do you compete with that? I don't think you can. Okay, that's one story. The second story is my wife is very good at buying cousins and nephews and nieces birthday gifts, especially when they're young. And one of her nephews was turning, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old. And she wanted to get a remote controlled car that we saw at Target. So we bought it. I think it was $28. And took it home, boxed it up, took it to the post office. And it was going to be $41 to ship it. It was going to cost more than the actual car. So I said, I'm not paying $41 to ship this thing. We'll bring it up next time we go to Oregon, and I'll just give it to the kid. And so I went online, and I saw that the same car was $24.
Monday Pimp. Yo, is this Monday Pimp? Fuck yeah, it is. You ready to spam everybody on Monday Pimp? For sure, dog.
Bought it online at Amazon, had it shipped, got there in 2 days for free. How can Target compete with that? I don't know. I don't know how they can. And I'm afraid they can because I love Target.
Yeah, it's like they have to depend on impulse buyers.
Yes, exactly. Or people that aren't in the know when it comes to Amazon. Or you can have it delivered. The what? From Target. Oh, you can? Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they're all
for free.
Walmart, Target.
It's a good question. Yeah, I know with Amazon, it's not Amazon free. I pay $139 a year. There could be an Amazon. That's the point. Yeah. Yeah, but I wonder if Steffu's onto something that maybe Walmart and Target could match that. If I went in and said, hey, because they'll also deliver it too. Do you remember the Walmart actually would offer to put it in your fridge? Oh yeah, that's right. And I was like, right, who's ever gonna do that? Right. I asked them a step further. I said, hey, if I buy toilet paper, would you put it on the roll for me? And they're like, of course we will not.
I actually asked them to go a step further than that.
Oh no, Roj. Always go into what did they call you, Chief? One step too far?
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's.
So Target does offer free shipping on eligible orders under certain conditions, like if you're part of Target Circle Card, Target Circle 360 membership.
Okay.
So
There you go. That was easy.
Target. Because Amazon, they have a few stores, but they don't have a big Amazon store.
You were pissed. I've never had somebody when I come in and call them a little bitch and give them a Honda and wet. Like, oh wow, this is bad.
But man, I don't know what it is, but I love going to Walmart and Target, Lowe's. And
Welcome, Black Rain LK. How you living, Pip? How's Che Guevara doing, baby?
Sometimes an impulse buy. Belly would ask me.
That was not just Trudeau. They should not catch me.
And Belly said, well, what do you buy there? And I said, you may not know of every single Home Depot. She goes,
Or maybe I didn't get no.
There's a product.
What did you say about Justin Trudeau? and big of a Marshall. I got you. They're kind of bad people. They had like lots of people. Dogs. Speaking of bad people, I watched this fucking interview of this woman who was 13 years old allegedly, who was raped by Donald Trump. And I had seen this interview. I'm surprised it's not a bigger interview. Anyway, she said that she had like 3 encounters with him. The first, he's like really like a clean freak. First one, she had to give him a hand job with a glove on. Okay. It was a 30-minute interview of a woman who was raped by Donald Trump. And I'm not talking Eugene Carroll and a fucking Bergdorf Goldman. Well, I mean, this is one of these Epstein girls. And the Epstein girl says exactly what happened. Her name is Katie Thompson or something. I think this might be, it could be, I could be wrong. The October surprise, you know, if politics did anybody wish for it? Well, this would sink in. And I'm going to tell you what. If you read the comments, like, why haven't I ever seen this before? It came out. She did the interview in 2016, but only recently. Well, I don't want to. It's been seen by like 150,000 people, but it's still not that many. Okay. Where did I find it? Well, I even found it on Reddit. It was like on the Reddit interesting page. What is justice for Katie? And you know what? Justice, like, it just makes you see these guys are so fucking corrupt. All right. Justice for Katie Trump. The lawsuit accusing Trump of raping a 15-year-old. And I believe it's girl. I don't want to believe, but I do. Well, when you see this interview, even though they blur this girl's face, it's still very much like, oh, that's this lady's telling the truth.
Remain on the brakes all the way.
I can see.
Jamming up just about Lambert through the pass up to the verge with the 60. 60 eastbound, likewise. Pretty typical stuff. Hey, pretty much the 7-10 out. 5 through the Hacienda Heights area.
Do you have Reddit? Can you just go to Reddit? I don't want to see anything. It's entitled P.D. Johnson recalls Trump raping her virginity. I'd rather not have it. Go to Reddit, type in P.D. Johnson, K-A-T-I-E space J-O-H-N-S-O-N. It's the first thing that shows up. It's from Anything Goes News. It's the Reddit. Okay. And
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite.
you listen to this movie, and it's like, oh, that's what it's. What all these. I mean, that's what her story is no different than the other ones that I've heard about Clinton or about Jeffrey Epstein himself, and so the thing is, Trump has, according to this really big rape case He's really into his daughter and just some other things. And I don't want it to be true. I don't want any of this shit to be true on any politician because I want truthfully in my heart, I want to be good people, but they're just scumbags. All right, it is Sunday night football. I mean Thursday night football. We've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers playing the Atlanta Falcons, and Rabbi needs both teams to suck. While I don't have either fan on either team, on my fan, my opponent.
Sorry, Catherine Hahn, jumping up one spot. Last week's number one, the perfect couple on our kitchen. That means after debuting last week at number 3, the Penguins, starring Colin Farrell on next.
Before the Jets and Vikings kick off in London, down with Aaron Rodgers.
I love the chance to lead that call time and play the way I want to play.
Fuck it. Just because I want this. And if anybody's ever, why are you sharing people's rape video? I mean, it's not a rape video. It's a rape testimony. It's because I'm never hearing it. It's pretty long. It's 30 minutes. But what is this bullshit? It's worth it. It's like she had 3 pounds.
What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's happening?
Right. There's shit.
Let's take a look back on this day in sports history, October 3rd.
All right, you have watch woman. And while you don't see her face, I understand. And I don't want to be known. She has some issues. Not mentally, just this fucked her up sexually. She lost her virginity. And when he raped her, she said, "What do I do? I get pregnant and young bitch," or something like that. And I believe her.
And today in 2015, Max Scherzer pitches his second no-hitter of the season for Washington, striking out a team record.
And this is why we get to say, or whom way you go. I think they're both
bittersweet. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
I believe there's no such thing as a failed relationship. Using duration as a litmus test is crazy. Plenty of long-term relationships are really unhappy. How do you know if a relationship has been successful? If you learned something about yourself.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, COVID song. Remember this from COVID? TikTok set your house thinking you're going to die from COVID. Watching idiots dance to this. Oh, I miss those. Let's dance to it, though. Did you dance to it, Coach? Did you do a video? You doing stuff where you do the dance videos? I did a couple. Yeah, did you?
Is there a fan of the show? What do you say we end this episode with a fucking bang, huh? Is there a Kill Tony fangirl here that'd be willing to... Wow, look at this right here! Oh my goodness, straight over the top! What? Wow. Making dreams come true. What's your name, sweetheart?
My name's Jamie.
How about a big hand for Jamie, everybody? One of these comedy heroes here in Kill Tony. And you know what? Before we do that, let me say one more thing. We have Kill Tony after this. How many of you remember the second Kill Tony? Some diehard fans here. Martin, before you go, I want to let you know, you remember the second show? Yeah, I want to see another minute for you on this second show. We're going to get back to the Thank you very much, Marshall. Very, very fun performance. How about one more time for Martin Phillips, everybody? So, 8 years in the game. That's a real comedian right there. Shout out to the Karma for giving us that in the episode. Very exciting stuff. Thank you all for coming out. We have another show after this. We got a turn in Furnish at 10 p.m. And we have two stand-up shows this weekend. You can join the many great DT people and some good old North Carolina racists and see some stand-up comedy shows this weekend. See the judges become the old defendants here as we work out our own material here in DC before heading to another show on Sunday in New York City. If anybody gets excited, you can see we're not going to make the short train trip with us to New York City on Sunday for the Gramercy Theater. Don't forget Columbus, Ohio, Pittsburgh, PA, and Cleveland, Ohio, right around the corner here in December. And right after the show, as fast as we can, we're going to be signing posters and shaking hands, taking very, very, very quick pictures. If you're coming to both shows, do not come to this meet and greet. Come to the one after the second show because we have to go through it really fast and reload the room again. So, and we'll have more time to say hi to you if you do it after the second show anyway. You can tell us how big of fans you are, how your favorite top-down rising media in the world. You can say anything you want to me, really. You get it all out. How about one more time for the one and only President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Like I said earlier, Jeremiah is headlining all over. Tickets at JeremiahWatkins.com, Huntington Beach, San Diego, St. Kansas City, and Chicago with Rosemont. Anything else, Jeremiah?
Jeremiah stands up on social media. And hey, there's a new Jeremiah Watkins podcast with the entire cast. There's Ian Montgomery, the entire kids. Thank you guys for
Jeremiah Watkins. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez with your how about it for 2 minutes, everyone? Mostly sorry on social media. He's an official one-wig artist. Anything else, Joel?
My first name is DC. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah. Shout out to Caveman Coffee, this delicious coffee that we've been drinking up here all night. Shout out to Ritual. Newest sponsor here at Study, and we mean it. If you want to do something cool, make your life a sleeper. I think we all agree that being organized and simple is a better way to live your life. Go to richwallet.com/coach and save 10% off your order. Show your support for this show and for the great products they make over at rich.com/Kiltony. Wide audience, the first show in DC. Did you guys have fun tonight? Maybe. We have to do another show. Love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Don't ever come back. Never come back to the Roxy. That's what even as a fan. No, even as a fan, don't ever come back to the Roxy. You're done. Yeah. Out. Whenever you ride home, depressed out my mind. You know, bomb. What up? 200 guys in the Roxy. And somebody who's listening right now may have been and saw it. Loyal love. I'm sure there is people still alive. And that's just long ride. You feel like a complete loser.
Do you remember any of the jokes?
I don't think I do. I don't think anyone does. I don't even remember.
Down somewhere.
No. I postponed when I put my the dock workers. I put my stand-up career on hold. I put the strike on hold. I stopped. I said that's enough. That's it. A skill I don't have. So I passed. But I do remember on the way home. I'm going to play a song that I heard on the radio. Because I remember driving home. I lived in North Hollywood.
Hey, dude, can you hear me?
Cold water canyon. And
I went to the and it says not bad.
I was listening to it and I started
With the Jordana.
Sometimes you can't in life.
I just did this clip. The clip can be unidentified if it was deleted from the video based on the edit.
Think about it. And this song comes on.
We still have it worked on you.
Here we go. Don't look.
Oh, then that's probably your account.
I'm worried. We have some trouble. That's right.
Okay, so I can't find your stuff. Oh, I'm in SE. Never mind. I found it. Apologies. I love it. Everything's
What year is this song hot, Roger?
so the only thing that I think is that your most live. Oh, you didn't. That'll fuck.
That makes sense. So,
Yeah, no. Okay, so flip it again. No, why don't you flip it again while you have access to the video? Okay, good.
Now commending the 3 parents who turned in their kids after the video last month.
Yeah, they're kids, but it's still very critical that we identify them and stop this behavior. That everyone knows that it's unacceptable.
All 3 kids were turned in at separate police stations, 2 of which were more than 12 miles apart. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
This report brought you by Pacific Coast Termite. 3 former police officers in Memphis have been found guilty of witness tampering in their trial of violating the federal civil rights of Tyree Nichols. Black man died
Like 5
after
minutes, 10 minutes before the actual show starts. That's what we think about your talent around here.
I just want to say for the family.
No guests tonight, as with all road episodes, as always. However, on this show, believe it or not, we do have a band. That's it. You guys paid good money for these tickets, so we bring a whole crew out here, and so we did. They are some of my funniest friends on the planet. This is their first time in Australia. This is their first time in front of an Australian crowd. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Maybe it's the return of a character we've seen before. Maybe it's the debut of a brand new character. So we give them a big Australian welcome to Stand in the Land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Silver, the Kill Tony Band. Here we go.
Can be found right there.
Oh, I had a feeling we could see these guys.
Wow.
Wow.
The number 1 window and
there he
is. In state of California. That's huge. You want the number 1.
It seems like they have a stake there. Oh, they got them.
And the windows are very solid.
There they are. It's the Outback guys. It's Pippy. The Pippy?
It's going to be quiet in the house.
Tippy?
Much quieter.
Tippy is here. He's our famous Australian character. We've seen him on the show many a times, and it appears as though you're back to your motherland, huh? True blood. Tippy is 100% Australian. He's been on the show many a times. Welcome back, Tippy. Are you from Brisbane?
Different parts of that.
Yeah.
Free expert installation. Any 2 of those are yours.
You seem really out of breath.
Now 100%
Because you don't see the rest of the snake. This thing they got.
Every owner wants to
Look
make
at
it
this
happen.
thing.
The snake seems pretty docile.
Yeah, I was actually exactly going to use that Bill side. To get right out of my mouth.
Heck yeah. And clearly back here we have the blondest Mexican boy that's ever lived. It's incredible. How are you? Are you Australian?
No, I'm from San Diego.
From San Diego. Peter I'm ready for one of the best in the business. Been under his wing for a few years now. Wow. Peter Gazelle and Tippy. Which is like every friend. We got Tippy, we got Peter Gazelle. This is very exciting. Which brings me to this, everybody. A true Australian treat. This is the Sean's Hat of Destiny. Remember Sean from earlier? Remember that big dumb hat he was wearing? Well, we put everybody's name in it that signed up for the show. We had a bunch of Australian performers for the first time ever. You guys probably know how it works. If you get pulled out of this hat, you get some uninterrupted stage time of the interview. You talk about your local life, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted, and your time is up to the sound of a kitten. That means nothing else. Bring out the angry, big valley, there.
California's only airborne passport.
It's a kangaroo, actually. It's the valley kangaroo. The big gay valley kangaroo. You guys ready to start this show or what? Let's jump right into it, shall we? I'm going to be honest with you guys. We traveled a little bit of the show, and for as many people that we have in the stream, that's about one of the lamest laws like for my entire life. Is ready to start this fucking show? There you go. This guy gets it. There you go. Got Isaac on the light, Toronto on sound. One more time. You guys ready to get this fucking thing started? Hell yeah. There's only one way to get on that stage, and that way is making it all the way over there, and then rambling, coming up that stairway. That young gentleman that plunges into the wall sits there is going to help you. Just look for it. And here we go. I'm pulling the name out of this big sweaty next time. So we're going to get this show underway. The person starting the show tonight goes by the name of Sam. Here we go. Sam, you are the average comedian to get pulled out on Australia's filter of all time. Here goes Sam. He looks Australian as fuck, ladies and gentlemen. This is really happening. Son of a band, killing it. Here he comes, Sam Atkins, everyone.
Trailer for the film is posted on the A24 YouTube channel, showing how your friends crashed a New Year's party and the catastrophes that result when a global computer apocalypse hits.
The first thing everyone asks you is, have you had a predictable comedy rap act? And we're the rap act. We were the guys at every show sold out. Our names on the marquee. And there was kind of, there's stress. Like, we turned out, we support each other. The pandemic hit. And here, Rap Pack leaves, Joe Rogan leaves, and the Comedy Store shuts down, Comedy LA shuts down, the Concert leaves, then Joey Diaz leaves, then Tim Dillon leaves, then Feel Fun leaves, then some shit me, and he had to leave. I'm by myself.
I'm going to be honest with you. That's a way to represent right there. That's a way to get the fucking Australian first time killer. Tippy, what do you think about that? You ever seen anything like hell yeah.
I thought we were all going to fight. I thought we were all going to fight. Where did you guys go? You weren't in
Now this proves your work is much older than the last one is. That's pretty good. This is style. The tattoos that you've been doing your whole life. What kind of tattoos do you get? So 2 months away. What do you think about this? Are you prepared psychologically? Are you ready for late nights? You seem like wow, jeez Louise. Can't wait for your little boy to see this one day. My dad never cared about that. What would you say if your kid wanted a face tattoo?
In Santa Monica.
Yeah, that's a good question.
As long as I don't have to tattoo his dick, it's all right.
Wow.
It's on Fountain.
Now, what's the youngest dick you've ever tattooed?
I don't know if I went to the store. I thought I saw it. And that's
Do you have a limit for that, or are you just like, come on down, hey, little kid, you want?
It's measured by handful.
Wow. So you measure by size of penis.
If they're writing you a ticket,
Very
it's your
good.
lucky day.
So I didn't quite understand.
It's like a bad roller coaster is. That Home Depot is about
to get your
3 or 4
tattooed
city blocks east
So
of where this is.
do they have to be hard? I missed that part.
No,
they don't have to be hard. How many dicks have you tattooed?
Not many.
There you go. What
We
was
will
the
keep an eye on
tattoo
that.
on the penis?
And
Or the tattoo of what?
We also talk about the siren invasion fire burning up in Ventura.
You know you can say no to these dick tattoos.
You
You're like,
gotta
no.
lose
Yeah, you like dick tattoos are much more expensive than regular tattoos.
Don't you fly
That's very scary.
George County, this is a social fire in Lake Piru. You can see heavy flames and thick smoke coming from the area. They've now issued evacuation orders for the Lake Piru recreation area and Dominguez Canyon.
But what happens if you tattoo like a vein?
buttons over there?
They've now issued evacuation orders for the Lake Piru
People tattoo
recreation
veins all the
area
time.
and Dominguez Canyon.
Dying over there. It's like doing a report from a hospice.
Creation Acres and Dominguez
Hell
Canyon.
yeah.
So
Anybody
far,
ever
no
get
structures
sick
are
or
damaged.
anything where you feel confident in your
At least
tattoo chair?
300 acres have burned so far. The fire is 0% contained. We'll stay on top of this and bring you updates as we get
friends
them.
with their sports and holding hands.
And
And while
Dominguez
I was
Canyon.
getting closer, I was tattooing.
And
Back
Dominguez
the fuck up.
Don't you feel like when you just hear that, like you
And
can
then
catch it?
she just went face first into the tattoo. She passed out. Not the girl getting the tattoo. The friend just.
You know, that's one that's real
And then
down,
just
deep
collapsed
in
on
the
the floor.
gut.
Oh wow. Let's see what else we got.
Is that a smoker's cough or is that
Sam, unbelievable way to start the show, man. For a first time, one of the all-time greats. Congratulations, Sam Edwards, everybody. He's on Instagram. Sam.tattoo.man. Very
interesting Instagram
credit
handle.
card points used to be able to, those went a long way.
Hey.
One way.
Okay, let's keep it moving along. One word spelled Australian. Jared. J-A.
And we'll come back and tell you why
Jared.
card points are losing.
Leaves to that. Hey. Jared, everybody.
Forecasters say waves could cause life-threatening conditions up the East Coast.
I'm going down this motherfucker down Russian. Holy shit.
Officials in Congo say an overcrowded boat has capsized yards away from the port, killing at least 78 people on board. 278 people were on the ship.
Plays
Very
everything
cool through
with
the night tonight, tomorrow like today, and then
burgers and shit.
through Monday. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm in the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Where we at, Angel?
We're taking it downtown on the 110. This is northbound coming up right at the 10 freeway. That's where a wreck involving a motorcyclist is all in the center of the
Fuck yeah,
line.
35 seconds.
Delays out of South LA getting away from Vernon Avenue. And behind Hill switches to go Bryant. KFI in the sky.
Hey, I didn't understand a word you said. You didn't talk into the microphone. I was trying to signal to you almost the entire time. You really let the fear eat you alive. I don't know what's happening. You seem very soft. You have to lift the sleeves. You get more energy. What's going on over here, Jared? Timmy, what do you think about that?
I just think that we're going to get better when Michael's right.
The Southern California is up airborne
And,
traffic reports.
it's a very interesting method. You just didn't give yourself a chance. First time doing stand-up? Heck yeah. Congratulations. It's also a responsibility going stand-up. It's a retirement party for you. Get that mic right up your mouth during this interview part. Let's get some redemption going here. Let's figure out what the fuck's going on. What do you do for work here?
The rise of sports betting is going to our team.
Administrator.
Las Vegas and
No, it's okay. You signed up for this. What do you think is going to happen?
Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels good. You got the adrenaline on the three right now. You got one finger in your pocket. Exactly, dude. I never seen the most Australian shit I've ever seen in my life. I didn't need to put the whole hand in it.
Hundreds of thousands of
It's not a didgeridoo.
Absolutely. And so we call that the old one finger in the pocket, the didgeridoo.
One finger in the pocket in the animal kingdom. This is referred to as a beta male.
Heck yeah. What part of town? What part of town?
Justin Ola gets it on man.
Absolutely. Was there an airport there? No, that's a different place. Hell yeah. What else are you into, man? What do you do for fun when you're not doing administrative?
Yeah, you ever tattoo a kid's dick before?
No, yeah. So,
very strange response.
If you don't ever answer the question, we're just going to keep making fun of you. So what do you do when you're not doing administrative work?
Podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Oh yeah, so you skateboard though. You good at it? Is there anything you're good at?
Really?
Not at all? Sure, I mean it's your first time and you suck, but skateboard, first thing, you're not good at anything. For the first two things you made. You good at making That's your girlfriend? You good at making love? Wow. 6 or 7 out of 10 is what she just screamed throughout the audience.
And this in the animal kingdom is what we refer to as a cunt.
It's tied to the bottom of the 6th. And the 0.
Wow.
Obviously,
Let me
0.
ask you this,
And whoever
since
wins
this
goes
is
on in the playoffs.
the most interesting
goes
thing
home.
about Jared,
It's a big deal.
what do you think? You gave him a 6 or 7, which, let's face it, that's a hard 4. Because you are in public. So, what's something, if you could give him a piece of advice right now, what's something in the bedroom that he could do better or work better at? Just don't overthink it. Just go ahead and blurt it right out.
Today's consumer is all about your credit cards, and specifically their reward points.
He reckons
if you've been
that?
saving them up for something special,
Wow.
you should know that inflation.
Okay. Only one way to do this, and that's for Tibby to have sex with this woman right now.
Absolutely. I agree.
I'd like to see the
Put it in her out back and her out front. You know what I'm saying?
keep it there, the less it's worth.
Come on, answer my question. What can you do better in the bedroom? What's something you think, this question's just for her. All the funny men with shaved heads and beards in the audience who think they're hilarious. Go ahead, answer the question, sweetheart.
Essentially means you're getting 28% less for the same amount of gas.
Oh, jeez. Real show business queen. I see you guys must have the same sense of humor. Match made in fucking Borderland.
Judging by this male's confidence, he will go extinct very soon.
My goodness, Jared. You're not good at anything, according to you. I mean, no other hobbies or anything? You ever win a trophy for anything? You ever...
And they're complaining.
I just thought it was me right now.
As they used to be.
Of course.
That's the
Wait, what did you say?
Good Morning America should be rich people complaining.
It's amazing.
about
And you still haven't figured the mic thing out, have you?
So you can see, that's right.
I like it, man. What do you do for fun? Like, I mean, you ever go out and do anything? You ever take the girl out? Yeah, like what? What do you guys do? You go for drives?
So it's not like the credit card companies are doing something sneaky.
There you go. And keep it there the entire time. Stop moving it away. Stop. Look how bad you want to keep that microphone away. Keep it right there. I like the shaky hand. Just keep it. Just fucking keep it, dude. Own it. Didn't make Michael J. Fox, but did it. No, you stay right there. You just own it. Yeah, you guys freaking good. You guys never go on drives with your baby? I think that'd be great. I think we could go out on the coast, you know what I mean? Like on a find a ledge, hit the gas. You could be the next Kevin Hart after your first stand up comedy. Just jump right into the game.
Can we tattoo a 6 on this guy's dick?
I love it. We need Sam Atkins to bring his tattoo gun if we ever come back to Brazil. We could turn that into a whole thing. Well, Jared, I'll tell you this. You got your first time out of the way. You'll never be this nervous again if you ever do it again. And if you want to do it, you should fucking do it. Nothing harder than having your first time on a show like this in front of all of these amazing comedy fans. Hell yeah. Way to do it, Jared. There you go. One more time for Jared, everybody. The lion sleeps tonight. Hey. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the audience sleeps during Jared. Alright, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Make noise for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Conrad Close. Here we go, right from the second row. Conrad Close.
And so I'm next in line, then I'm in line, then I'm next, and I all of a sudden I'm the
one more time for Conrad Close.
And the woman, the cashier says 1% for credit card.
So I completely remember the very first day that I ever saw my first porno. I was 12, and my best friend bought it around a VHS, and I was so excited. So what I remember was how relieved I was that all the shame and all that shit I was afraid of sharing with the world. It was totally normal. And my friend tells me, and they were filming movies about it. Like, oh my god, I don't think I'm a secret anymore. Just think about the alternative. Imagine you came into the world and the best thing that you would everyone to do was to rub your elbows on the bread. And then you can't see no one else for the best one, right?
It's going to be a wild ride home. I don't know if you were talking about track or maybe just foreshadowing.
I don't know why, but yeah, that traffic was horrible yesterday. Last couple days, particularly bad. I got off the freeway to get gas, and I was to make right onto a street where the gas station was, and there was about 4 cars in front of me, and they were taking their sweet time, and it moved up just a little bit, stopped, and all of a sudden, right in my back.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The car with my phone immediately took a picture of her license plate in front of me and pointed to the gas
How
station right there.
exciting
So you want
is
to pull in
this?
here.
Australian Mark Zuckerberg,
Took a look at
ladies
the
and
cars,
gentlemen.
and
Right.
had minimal damage to my
Frightening. Oh my God, I've never seen someone look like Neil Brennan and Freddy Krueger at the same time. It's mind-boggling.
So what, Louis UK?
It was like such minimal damage, and I just took it out and put it back on her license plate. She gets out of the car with her neck
Love it, man.
tattoos. I'm
You
like,
are just a real Australian gentleman. Look at you, talking about porno where the guys rub elbows. Brad? What a twist.
She looked at me and I asked her,
He's definitely the strangest species of bird we've had up here all night.
were you paying attention?
Wow, you did that when you moved your head like that. It made that.
Did the guy
Look at that.
behind you hit
Hey, do
you?
it again.
And she came out with,
That's incredible.
I'm in a hurry.
Wow, I had no idea that Australians could do that with just a little wacky head movement. That's very impressive.
You know what? No,
That's amazing.
Wow.
So, welcome to the show, Conrad. First time doing stand-up? All first times here tonight. Look at this. Popping cherries like a motherfucker. I like it.
I like it, but bro, you're going to bring
So,
up
what have you been doing with your life up until this point? Tell us more about the real Conrad close.
Sure, this year I was traveling the world for 6 months. I saw you guys in LA in early September, and that kind of inspired me to give it a shot. Yeah, so I'm going back to college next year.
Heck yeah. What are you studying in college?
I'm going to be studying web development.
Oh, web development, absolutely. Which reminds me,
Mark Zuckerberg is.
you don't even need web developers anymore. Just go to Wix.com and use Squarespace. Yeah, Squarespace. Absolutely. I forgot. I have 2 different podcasts.
I was watching a old spider earlier today, and its web development was awesome.
Hey, that's actually true. We did. Shout out to Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary. That's right, Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary. We held one of them. We all got pictures of one of those stinky devils. Those things ruined the smell of eucalyptus for me for life. It is sure.
It's true.
It was. I got bad vibes from that koala. Really did. It's a very trippy little animal. I don't trust things to do that for.
To see Tomkins compete in animals is the greatest pleasure in my life.
Thank you. Conrad, you ever deal with any of these wild Australian animals out here?
I used to live here all the time, actually, so there are times. Yeah, you see everything. Kangaroos, koalas, possums are very common.
Yeah, you ever suck off a wallaby or anything like that? Ever do anything crazy?
Not yet.
No. You have a girlfriend?
No. This guy looks like Crocodile Dundee. Pocket pedophile joke. Pocket looks like a pedophile.
Yeah, that is true. Look at that. Really,
I like that version of the joke that it's really bad. Straight to the point. That's what I like.
Absolutely. What do you think's the most Australian thing about it? A few, I think, other than your face.
I'm really
Actually, a little imprint of the screw cover.
That's clearly not one of us.
Wow.
Wow.
Everyone in the room needs you right now. For those of you listening to this podcast, he just got attacked by a magpie that flew in from up above. Heck yeah. You ever been attacked by a magpie?
Yes.
Yeah. You said you're single. Is that by choice?
Good question. It's depends. I'm looking right now, but
you are like a.
Hey. Manitoba, how are you, big guy? How's your mouth? How's your mouth? How's your mouth? How is your mouth? No. How's your mouth? Dude, I gave you a really long shout out the other day. The day that you were to get your to the dentist. I was just like, I know that you may not have thought like it's really hard to empathize with someone, but the amount of issues that the mouth can cause is just so very difficult. He did heal you, and I'm wishing you the best. Everything's going well. Your surgery at like 7 in the morning the other day. So excellent. So you feel good? Right, I've heard those things. Okay, so you have had you still have to go in. All right. Are you ready to put okay. Well, that's why. I don't know if it's feasible, but is something with ring camera a possibility? Good on you. That's really cool. Hey, Jake, what chick is saying Caspian Sea? There's some chick saying Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea. There's some chick there. Oh, that's the, making a clip. Apologies. He's making a clip. I forgot. I just was like, why did 40%? And I know you guys don't keep the voices, and I just wondered if like, somebody was in here. Okay, so Jake, that's really cool. That Yeah, dog. Dude, he might know that chick. What's her name? He might. He knows some weird shit. Dude, I wanted to say this. You're here. Some weird shit. But Caspian Sea, what's that girl's name? Elena Jordana? She was, no, she did that. She was for Howard Stern, and she did a thing maybe like a month ago where she got arrested for like hitting a guy with a pig. It was like super minor celebrity news. Really shit. Yeah, no, you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, none of that shit matters except the fact that God, yeah, I'd say so. Bro, we want that person to continue. Oh, I just think of the thing that lady was, and he did not. Like, he knows some interesting. Anyway, were you able to recap it? Were you able to? Were you able to recap it? Excellent. Yes, please, how's that go on YouTube? Dude, he came in here and I started giving him shit right away. I mean, right from the get. He didn't have a chance. I was like, oh shit, I better stop because he's mad. My horns. Hold on. Let's think about this.
If you're from the playoff, I don't think they
Yeah, but I don't think it's threatening as he waved. He was pretty comfortable. Didn't you say he waved before he left?
Suit up in the skydiving women's world. Wow, set a new predictions. He said, for Brazil, succeed.
I have a question. If you take like a rope or a chain, put it across your driveway so people don't drive further, with like a sign that says, I mean, my best advice to you would be put up signs right in your driveway that say no trespassing. You have no trespassing. Okay, perfect. Well, if that's not taken care of, then put a rope or a chain with a no trespassing sign over my driveway. Yes, a pain in the ass every time I go out my driveway. I gotta move that. But then nobody's coming in my fucking area. I'm gonna tell them to get out of their car, basically, and now we're gonna have a fucking confrontation.
Less involved animal experiences like doing up 25% voted for of a community garden and
put the other one in. Wanted it and wanted and do that like 7-Eleven. But with you, you got to bring all your with in the middle of Griffith. Break with that. Just those always go. The Vern. Shooting up 7th and Hall. Bottom of the 7th inning.
Park in Ventura County. Typhoon toward the Chinese. That case.
This is westbound lanes of 40. Taking it away from Navy.
100 commercial free right now. All hills.
Going in I was talking podcast against the rules. The rules. It starts.
One for music. Our life. 3. 5.
Yes, no. There you go. Do you have trouble?
I want you to tell me about.
Do you have trouble?
I think there's so much to learn.
Okay, good. I mean, not good. I wish I didn't. I can only make out like half. But yeah, actually,
Look at my face. The way that he looked at me. I felt like he saw me.
When we people can understand our feelings and talk about them, we're free being.
dude, that's fucking tight as fuck.
Sweater.
think a lot of people just thought that he was in a
That's tight as fuck.
All in one.
Here's this one. Count it.
Starting us off with this
There you
comedy
go, big dog.
next on Hulu. That's great for the set. 7 is the new season of in the Building, followed by Slow TV Plus at number 6. Debuting at
Dog, I get like parts of the world or whatever until I'm not an expert on them. I'm like, I know a decent amount, and then I kind of. But then I'll do a conversation. 4 years later, I know all about this, and I watched this thing on China, and I've just become really fucking fascinated with it. I think when I go back to it, I'm gonna spend some serious time into that and just fucking chill because there's just something special about that monastic life, and I just think it's really okay. Tibet. Monk. Or was that like how that like they I don't know. Like very few customers who report about Eastern.
90 degrees there, gusts 10 to 20 miles per hour.
Like there's just really shit. But I've been watching before I go to bed, and it's just really fast. Now I know thing is time like the whole event be
orders to expand.
secretive.
As of now, we haven't anticipated expanding those evacuation orders.
Dude, you know, YouTube sucks so much. It used to be so amazing. I could do something and it would not be something like professional. It'd be like, hey, I made this, but it's really good. It's like peer review and all this other shit. And some of what happened? It was kids, if you want in the future, there was this golden era of acting between like 2000 and 2010. They've just been talking to the internet. But basically, like any nowadays, everything from produced and everything. I used to be able to type it in fucking YouTube. That's exactly what I wanted. And it was just, there was no trafficking to that. I didn't need to be worried about something. It was just, oh,
from the ground and the air, the Alicia fire in Ventura County near Lake Piru. Andrew Dowd with the Ventura County Fire Department. We thank you so much for taking the time out tonight, and good luck out there.
Actually, I would like to say my witness. For school, and I expect them to have like I don't know anything. Actually, I mean, of course, actually the case too, but to the Sherpa. So the Sherpa, okay. But they are not occupation, meaning there's this thing that is happening in English where if you say, oh, that motherfucker who's the pack animal guy, that's my shirt. No. It just so happened that like a lot of the people of this culture were in this occupation. I've never heard of I've never heard anyone make this argument, but I was studying I don't know, like a year ago, Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay, probably, or after Tenzing Norgay, Sir Edmund Hillary finding this, and one thing learning about Tenzing Norgay, it's very interesting. Like he's attributed sure that people don't necessarily know his background. Chances are he was friends with. It's just like on the other side of not evidence, not like or like not crazy. And the okay, so I really people, and also I want to really I want to bring a lot of light to what they've been doing. Basically, they're advertising based on tourism where they have to risk their lives. And I want to give them like a retirement fund. I want to have them at the children's hospital and all kinds of other shit in Kathmandu, in particular, with that, like closer to every base camp because it's really important to me. Honestly, I feel like these people risk their whole life to give Westerners an opportunity of a lifetime, and they're just kind of too at them. What is more, have you looked into this? When you call someone who does this, it's more known as a portager, someone who like carries portages from one water to another. And if when you'd have to carry like a goat or something, like you portage it. And so these guys are porters, I guess, porters, I think. And it's just that's one thing. There's all kinds of shit like but there was something else about the teaching. I want to be. Now this sounds very fun, but I really this is going to be true. If I blow that I would be first to climb the east face of K2. Now you're like, right? Are you a climb up them? I don't know any. I actually know a lot about it. I think a little bit. I shouldn't say nothing about it. I've seen like a bunch of documentaries, some extent, but that's about it. Here's what I say. No one has ever climbed K2 on its east side and sparked the danger. It's like, okay, well, how are you going to do this? When this blows up, I start doing steroids, growth hormone, get on that Joe Rogan and start getting in shape, doing all kinds of things, and basically am able to like almost reverse damage, and it's going to be really exciting for people. But even with that doesn't get you up the most dangerous mountain, more dangerous than ever. And especially on the side that no one has been able to come. How are you going to be? Somehow, I'm going to somehow well, there's motorcycles, and I actually worked that did their company they were making. Basically, it has a vest, and it would expand as when a motorcyclist leaves the bike, and essentially the same thing in the future, so that if you ever fall, you can have a cartridge expand, basically a big ball, expand to almost like a hamster ball, like a ball, but basically like an airbag, a huge balloon, and you can fall thousands of feet and be fine. The only thing that happens is you just have to wait for something to pick you up at the bottom. So with that, I'll be able to just lower any kind of to be able to be the first person. No one's ever done it. I want to be the first person to climb K2 side, space, and I also want to be the first person on Olympus Mountain. And I think about this. Do you happen to do an interview with you'll be my so my recorded. Well, so here's the thing. It's really just I understand this one, and it's actually far more realistic. Well, not really, but with all these things the same, it's much easier to climb Mount Olympus because it's it's very flat, and so it's basically just like walking up a slight incline of like 3%, and it's constant. There's absolutely no like climbing. It's like one long walk, and it's like walking across the state of Arizona. So that's kind of a neat thing. But I think about things and nobody, and if people have microsensor technology and all this other shit, those are going to be. Did you see my interview? The Black Man? Yeah, I just did that. No, I understand. No issue at all. I give you a. You still have to watch the race video. That's the glory one. It does. It does. You at least need to know the story. There you go. Okay. Well, now I'm exactly. Well, I thought to myself, I don't even remember this name. And I even just said, I'm going to fuck with you. Right? Algorithm, I don't want to fuck with algorithm. So why am I going to fuck with him? But it's like, all right, what's happening? When it comes to that interview, it was very. So I'm very well. At least the top 50 people on Kick. These bots are just everywhere, and it's not even like I spam them. I'm in all. Then when they watch their friends, I'm spamming those ones. Then when they watch their own clips, they have the chat that gets the replay of everything. Everybody's in. So I can just go into someone's Discord with my account. They instantly know who I am and 11 times a week them and they'll follow me. So there was this guy, like, who is a pretty big streamer. A friend of Dave Rothschild. I am like, I just saw him streaming, and I'm like, I'm gonna see if he has a Discord account. Well, of course, I have 100 maximum Discord. Long story short, he hops in, and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I tell you my project about my project? He's like, yeah, go for it. And then he hops out of the phone. And so I'm over there. You don't know my host. So I just see my host. Here's what's fun. He's gone for 2 minutes. He comes back to the call, and I'm still going. and his chat just goes crazy. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy's still going. Go, Rabbi. Go. And so I'm just going on my about real stuff. We talk about AI, we talk about art in the future, we talk about life extension technology and mindful technology. And I hit on the extension and revivification technology. But right as I'm talking about that, his fucking Discord blows up because I'm like celebrity. So it just explodes with like dozens of people and they all make noise and stuff. And so then I just tell him goodbye. And then really nice. He says, I'm really cool, really nice, and that he agreed on what I said. And that's what you want to hear after you speak with me. Exactly. Exactly. So I took it and I put it in Instagram, TikTok, and part of Twitter, which is really fucking awesome. You can only get 2 minutes on it. They got to give it from them and allow you to do real shit if they want to compete. Anyway, I think it had to do with their Google cloud pricing, and they got it was very special from Twitter. But anyway, anyway, I also entitled the videos a flagship interview, Christian flagship interview at 8 o'clock. When are you going to get it, Rabbi? And then also added people who I mentioned, which are like CLB 69. Who did I mention? He was he's the second person I ever had on the podcast, but he's a pretty big streamer. So right away, that having a pretty big streamer gave me the ability to be able to interview them. I've done 15 episodes. I did 15, and then you came back, and then I was like, fuck it, because my goal is to do more than you've done. And so when you came back, like, hey, dude, I did 25. Like, you came back soon. So I was like, it's kind of cool. I'm happy that I'm at 15 because I didn't have to do anymore. You came back. Like, you made me happy. You know, no, it really did. It's exactly how it got. When you were gone, that's what I was doing. I would go through and find random motherfuckers and streams and interview them. So, thank you. So, who else did I name? Why do I always name this? She's always at the top of the head. Now, there's a chick. There's like yeah, dude. 1 in 4 had anything. Amaranth is she's usually like one of the top 5 streamers that I'm always yeah, I appreciate it. Not really. I mean, she's actually it's just she didn't. Yeah, she's her face is so perfect. Okay, but she's very attractive. I would tell you though, you're like how do I not that like you're very very attractive. When you're attractive, no one would know that, but it's like that's you're too perfect. It's like everything too put together. But yet I want to say that like overly. It's just when I look at it, I see that it's just like damn, it is perfect. So that bitch, dog, they did what she said. She's anyway, it's like the main and I'm just and she's just like and she's doing this all these and he just like coming pow 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 and then she's just like and then there's this walk. And when I, oh dude, did you we're, you don't know I actually did a collaboration name's Mel. Did we talk about this? She's a hot she sits on all fucking day and what we well was and she's really sweet. I was able to talk to her. She's really sweet, but she's super cool. She's a really hot chick who likes to get yeah, yeah. So and she plays she plays ranked and all this other shit. And I come playing like doofuses in here. And as I was I'm having to talk about the extinction and you know this goes back to my and then we had towards the And and I don't know. And then the next day, and I thought because she like made me check. That is not why. She had a nip leader thing, and I talked about this all the time. You an advocate for women. I don't think it's fair that you lose your account for a little bit, whatever. Either the color of your skin or the color. Dog, I do this all the time on Twitter. We talk about it on Instagram, everywhere. Dumb as fucking I mean, I also think it's all of that. At least 80%, whatever they. Okay. Um.
The San Fernando Valley.
And you could tell that was a man's. Let's be honest. I know. Well, even before then, I remember missing half the nipple and 2/3 of and then it would and it would just and let it pause or like time out for some reason and refresh and then the next time even slower. But eventually you might get to see 4/5 to and it was mom and dad were coming. You had I agree. We're done. Um. All right. You know, in this one and cake. So we have dog. You mean first half? I don't want to remember when Rams like tens and no, I wasn't saying. Remember when Rabbi Rothschild climbed the tallest mountain in the solar system? He did it by himself. Yeah, I remember. I liked it a lot more the second time because he had someone to bitch about it.
Are we eating dinner? Yeah, we're eating dinner right now.
No, not that. Maybe like technology, perhaps before 2200.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. If you really think about it, believe in the program, it's already been. Yeah, it has. You believe in. Oh, that's true.
Run by the new top of the Milwaukee's got to score. Exciting. Double.
Pushing new boundaries. Apparently.
Peaceful liberation.
Well, we could.
Each story in history has at least sides, and the annexation by the people of China in 1950 is.
All right, I just want to.
People in many Western countries.
Oh yeah, I'm.
Independent nation. I'm your host David, and this week we're going to look at the events surrounding the Chinese annexation of the Cold War.
I'm
A successful day is one where I have learned something new.
Oh yeah.
Documentaries on a wide and even arranges the thematic commanders.
That bitch.
So you or they impacted the history of the world, and don't feel like you have. The Space Station on Magellan TV has hours of videos to choose from, and news is Magellan TV has even more than that. There are more than 3,000 documentaries waiting for you, and hundreds are on the history of various periods, from the ancient world way to the modern era. New documentaries are added weekly, available on most devices, including phones and PCs. Magellan TV has a kind and exclusive offer for our viewers. Click on the link in the description and get a 1-month free trial and watch hundreds of history documentaries anytime, anywhere. So let's start with a bit of background. Like many conflicts that occurred during the Cold War, the China-Tibet conflict has its roots in the time before the two superpowers playing nuclear-backed chess. In 1911, Chinese revolutionaries led by Sun Yat-sen withdrew the last imperial dynasty of China, Qing, and on January 1st, 1912, they proclaimed the creation of the Republic of China. The newly founded state claimed inheritance and control over all the lands that belonged to the Qing Empire, a claim that was backed by the abdication edict issued by the Empress Dowager Long Yu, which called for the continued territorial integrity of the lands of 5 races into one republic, which, as you guessed, included Tibet. Tibet itself had been part of the Qing Empire since 1720. However, the 15th Dalai Lama, founding Free Tibet, decided to proclaim its independence in 1913 after rejecting China's promises of usurping its title. Its ambiguous independence, or at least autonomous status, celebrated by the Simla Convention in 1914, which initially agreed to fight Tibet, China, and Great Britain as the treaty defining the borders between Tibet and British India. According to the convention, China had sovereignty over Tibet, but not sovereignty. Lhasa was free to govern itself over British.
Of course, the representatives of the Republic of China, considering Tibet an integral part of the Republic, immediately repudiated the terms and therefore actually signed the treaty. But Tibet had a treaty signed between itself and Britain, demonstrating independence on the world stage. Now, while some of the eastern provinces in Tibet remained under Kuomintang and Burma control, the ROC couldn't make a move to force Tibet into submission, as it was preoccupied with more pressing matters like civil strife, Japanese invasion, and then a full-on civil war. And so Tibet's de facto independent status continued until 1951. Now, in the aftermath of the Chinese Civil War, and with Mao Zedong and the Communist Party triumphant, Tibet's freedom began to come under question. Just like the Kuomintang, the CCP considered these lands rightfully Chinese, and Beijing would return to incorporate them into the People's Republic, either peacefully or by force. And force was certainly an option, as standing at 5 million strong, well-equipped with Soviet arms and battle-hardened years of fighting, the People's Liberation Army was capable of achieving Mao's goal of subjugating Tibet. On the other hand, Tibet was totally unprepared for a conflict with such an opponent. Its army was small, ill-equipped, and poorly trained, the results of the last 2 decades, where any attempts at modernization and expansion of the Tibetan military had been throttled by influential aristocrats and priests, the men who basically ran Tibet's almost total society. In addition, during this time, Tibet had chosen diplomatic isolation and had made few connections with foreign powers that could have been called on to help protect it against an external threat. In November of 1949, Tibet made a last-ditch effort to gain diplomatic support from the UK and the United States, and in a letter addressed to Mao Zedong, even warned the Chinese that the Tibetans were determined to protect their de facto independence. An attempt was made to fully train and equip Tibetan troops with modern gear, but it was too little, too late. With Indian and British intervention, a diplomatic solution was also explored, and the Tibetan ambassadors, failing to travel to Hong Kong, finally met with the Chinese mission in early September of 1950 in Delhi to begin negotiations. Not surprisingly, each side reiterated its position that the Tibetans must take their independence, while the Chinese issued a 3-point demand to the Lhasa mission. The 3 points called for Tibet to accept itself as being part of China, to allow Chinese troops to carry out defense, and to let Beijing know Tibet's former and trade relations. Fearing a Chinese invasion, the Tibetan mission in Delhi telegraphed Lhasa that they should make some concessions to the Chinese demands in order to maintain a level of autonomy, specifically for the right to use Tibetan troops to defend their land and to be able to trade independently with neighboring Nepal and India. The government in Lhasa was, however, willing to make any such decisions and told the ambassadors to stall the negotiations as much as possible in the hope of receiving international support. Yet, despite their attempts, our world situation did not improve. It was clear that Tibet would not receive much, if any, help from other powers, and the Chinese grew ever more and more impatient with every passing day. Finally, on the 5th of October, tired of waiting for an answer from Lhasa, the Chinese military crossed the point of the upper stretches of the Yangtze, known at that point as the Jinsha River, and entered Tibet with the aim of completely surrounding the Tibetan army base at Chando. This would give Beijing the upper hand in the ongoing negotiations and would more or less force the Tibetan government to accept the Chinese demands. At Dingo, the nearest sector of the invaded area, the forces managed to hold back the Chinese attack for several days, but a pincer movement by the 15th Regiment, which had crossed the river further upstream, exposed the Tibetan flank and forced the commander, Mucha, and his forces to retreat back to Chando. Not stopping, the 154th Regiment continued to march day and night towards Riwoche, reaching their objective on the 15th. In the central sector, in crossing Chinese forces at Gamtondruga, met with heavy Tibetan resistance and suffered many casualties as a result. But Chinese numerical superiority forced the small defending force of 100 Tibetans to fall back. With the PLA troops successfully crossing the Yangtze at Kathmandu, the defending Tibetan forces jumped out only a day's march from Kathmandu, serving as the headquarters, withdrew to Kushong. Kushong was a natural defensive position, and the Tibetan soldiers had a large advantage against the invaders. They greatly underestimated the speed of the Chinese, however, managed to catch up to them on the same night. Caught completely by surprise, the forces offered only a token of resistance before being shattered and fleeing. In the southern sector of the attack, the Chinese have been more successful. On the 7th of the month, the 157th Regiment of the PLA crossed the Yangtze and made their way towards Kharkov, easily overrunning any Tibetan outposts on the way and forcing the demoralized commander of the Tarkhan Regiment defending the area to surrender his entire force of 400 soldiers. The Chinese went on to occupy the towns of Bol and Pasho, effectively cutting off the fighting escape route. The situation was worsened due to chaos in communications and the indecision of both military and government officials. Lhasa, for example, was only informed of the invasion on the morning of the 12th, and Ngabo, the commander of the force in Chando, in fear of being blamed for abandoning Han to its fate, refused to withdraw his troops, despite pleas of lower officers. He did so only after the small government ordered him to do so, but by that time, it was already too late. While marching, the retreating forces only met with further bad news, as a messenger from the Rinpoche informed them that the Chinese had taken the town almost without fighting. The danger of Tibetan troops being completely encircled was now real, and brings to the crossroads at Langwang, Gamda. It was a race that in Gabo, the Chinese won, as after capturing Orochi, a small detachment continued to Langwang, Gamda at full speed. When Gabo's returned with the great news, the decision was made to surrender instead of trying to break out, and they temporarily stopped at Gurugong Monastery. While staying there, the troops arrived, but this didn't change the situation, as Tibetan officers considered their force inadequate for control of Langong from the Chinese temporarily. Thus, Ngabo sent a delegation to PLA to formally surrender his army. On the 19th, the battlefront was finally over. After the destruction of the Tibetan army, troops moved to occupy a series of towns, which they did while being virtually in existence, but they refrained from marching to Lhasa. While they could have done so, the Chinese side of the story was one of peaceful liberation, and so they played this part by waiting for the Tibetans to come back to the negotiating table. With little choice left, Lhasa, on the 21st, instructed the members of the mission currently in New Delhi to meet with the Chinese in order to discuss the terms, albeit with some modifications. Lhasa was willing to accept the first term, that Tibet be considered part of China, but only if the Chinese would guarantee the title and authority of the Dalai Lama, and if the Tibetan government would still function in the same independent manner as it had for so many years. The Tibetan also wanted to retain control of its foreign and trade relations and the right to have its own quarters. Yet, as the Tibetan mission was getting ready to meet with the Chinese, another telegram arrived reversing the decision regarding 1. The acceptance of the first Chinese demand had provided the government in Lhasa, and many deeply opposed it. So, in order to reach a conclusion, the Tibetan officials had turned to the highest authority they could, an authority that surpassed even the Dalai Lama himself, the gods. Through a divination ceremony where the gods consulted about Tibet's future, it was decided that the acceptance of the first point would only bring misfortune. They immediately enforced the delegation in Delhi to not accept the Chinese demands. The divination ceremony also dictated that full power should be transferred from the region of Chakra, it was currently ruling Tibet, to the Dalai Lama. With no choice left, as the gods willed it, the old region resigned, and on the 17th of November, the 14th Dalai Lama assumed the full authority. The Dalai Lama's ascension was a very important step for the faction within and until the last man. Now they would play their last card to do so, appeal to the United Nations. On the 7th of November, Sam Shagapa, a senior Tibetan diplomat from Kalimpong, the Tibetan appealed to the UN. The Secretary General received it on the 19th, but technicalities, Tibet not being the United Nations, and the messaging from India and Lhasa prevented Tibet's case from being put on the Security Council's agenda until a member state requested Lhasa to Shagapa asked Britain, Canada, and the United States to support its appeal, but instead they received support from an unlikely source, El Salvador, which on the 14th asked for the invasion of Tibet to be added as an item to the General Assembly. Yet the appeal never passed through the committee. Britain, India, and the United States were hesitant to support Tibet's appeal. India played perhaps the most important role in this diplomatic game of chess, and after exchanging some heated correspondence with the PRC, they came very close to ultimately supporting Tibet's case, but a final Chinese letter promising trade rights turned in his position on the matter. As for Britain and the US, due to their geographical position, they were inclined to follow India's lead, whatever that may have been. So, despite the British Foreign Relations Office determined that Tibet was indeed a separate state, and its appeal to the UN was legitimate, the British considered India to be primarily responsible for Tibet. Needless to say, this portrayal shocked the US circles on the Tibetan political scene. Other countries also followed this line, so Tibet's first appeal to the United Nations failed. Tibet had no choice to return to the negotiating table. In the meantime, secret plans were made to move the Dalai Lama to his border town, India, so as to have an easier escape route to India in the event of delay towards Lhasa. For their part, the Chinese were fully committed to their propaganda and refrained from advancing. They reiterated their position that this was a liberation campaign and no social and political structure in Tibet would change under CCP's rule. In their attempt to peacefully conclude the annexation of Tibet, they found an ally in the face of a captive, Gapo. He had realized that the best course of action for Tibet against the all-powerful People's Liberation Army was to accept Chinese demands, and even though he didn't have the authority to negotiate on behalf of the Tibetan government, he made an attempt to mediate between Lhasa and Beijing by sending a letter to the former, informing them the PLA's stand and Chinese promises to respect the authority of the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government. Tibet, facing no prospect of diplomatic or military assistance by early January 1941, despite the United States changing their stance and being more favorably inclined to helping Lhasa, entered serious negotiations with Beijing. After a round of meetings with Canton, a Tibetan delegation, including Gapo, traveled to Beijing in April to further discuss terms. After a month of talks in which the Chinese held the cards, the Tibetan mission was more or less forced to accept a 17-point agreement authorizing Chinese rule over Tibet. Well, this decision divided officials back in Lhasa, and questions were raised whether to reject the document and flee into exile. The Dalai Lama October accepted an agreement. In the immediate years following Tibet's annexation or liberation, whichever you prefer, the Chinese kept their promises to respect the unique social and political structure of Tibet, with the exception of the areas that were directly controlled by PLA troops. The rest of the country remained under the control of the Tibetan government, which continued to hold the autonomy. This period, however, wouldn't last long, as the land reforms instituted by the PRC caused an uproar in Eastern Kham, which in 1956 resulted in armed conflict between Tibetan militias and Indian troops. The Tibetan rebellion would change the relationship between the People's Republic and the autonomous region, causing the 17-point agreement, mutated and the Dalai Lama to flee into exile. An even grimmer chapter in the history of Tibet was about to begin. We hope you've enjoyed today's episode, and to make sure you don't miss all of our future episodes, please make sure you're subscribed to our channel and have conducted a divination ceremony containing the favorite of the gods to fix the power of Belgium. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our supporters. And if you aren't a patron, please consider supporting us at www.patreon.com/coldwar or through YouTube membership. We can be reached through email at thecoldwarchannel@gmail.com. This is the Cold War Channel, and as we think about the Cold War, I will leave you with the words of JFK. In the final analysis, the most basic and common one is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air, we all cherish its future, and we are all
Hello, it's Michael Lewis, author of Go Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our team.
Just long before the opium was Europe making their way over to China. There were, of course, travelers like Marco Polo, which I'm sure you are aware of, but even before him, there were the Radanites. These were Jewish merchants who traveled the length of the Silk Road, setting off from Europe, sailing to Egypt, crossing overland to the Red Sea, and onwards to China. And, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Fame until the 17th century. Christianity also made its way over to China in the Dark Ages, and their church, the Nestorian Church, was one of the first to split from Rome. However, trapped behind this empires, it began to fade away. And one other notable case of early exploration of China came in the 6th century, when Byzantine monks looking to end the Chinese monopoly of silk traveled to China to steal silk-wool eggs. But throughout medieval times, it was largely the Muslims who dominated trade between East and West, and there were large populations of Persians and Arabs living within China. So large, in fact, that in the 9th century they began to be blamed for the country's ills, and the Chinese massacred them. Numbers are disputed, but it was 100,000 Muslims in Guangzhou in 1878. Then the Mongols invaded China and wanted the traders back, but once again came to toil over, and they were massacred again after the Isfa Rebellion in 1357. So the outside world was very aware of China, and China was aware of the outside world. Then by the 15th century, the Mongols had been driven back up north, and the Ming dynasty ruled China, and they were initially open to the idea of international exploration. Notably, they sent from Europe on a voyage across East Africa, Asia, and Arabia. But China didn't trade in the same way as the Europeans. They relied on the tributary system, where the smaller countries would hand over tributes as a gift almost. This not only brought the small powers peace, but helped create the idea of Sinocentrism, the belief that China was the center of the world. And it wasn't just the Chinese who bought into this. The Koreans did especially, and so too did the Japanese and Vietnamese to a lesser extent. This idea of Sinocentrism wasn't just cultural, but rather quite British at times. Wei Zheng, for instance, complained about European monks, saying that they were reaching China not in the center. This is altogether far from the truth, for China should be in the center of the world, which can be proved by the simple fact we can see the North Star resting at the zenith of the midnight. But throughout China's long history, the tributaries have included hundreds of states across Southeast Asia, the steppes of Central Asia, and beyond. This worked well for the Chinese, as they produced enough food to feed their population, and most of the luxury goods that the world wanted, like porcelain, silk, and tea. Plus, by avoiding open international trade, this tributary system allowed the government to keep control of prices within the empire. So Zhongli was not so much looking for trading routes, but rather collecting tributes. Then, in the 16th century, the Portuguese discovered to India, and diplomatic relations finally opened up, but not for very long. This is partly because piracy was made the problem of the Ming, specifically Japanese pirates. So the Ming began to close their country to international trade to protect against this new threat. Plus, the Portuguese began to enslave Chinese people, and they were only driven back to the people of sugar cane in 1522. Yet this just encouraged the Europeans to join the Japanese in launching pirate raids. Elsewhere, some Europeans, especially the Spanish, made detailed plans to in China from the Philippines. They expected an army of just over 20,000 Spaniards. Filipinos would be enough to do the job. And although this may seem like a plan, it should be said that the Ming dynasty was far from strong. Their problem began nearly a century before this, when between 20,000 Mongols defeated and massacred 500,000 Chinese troops. This costly campaign left them unable to deal with threats from the sea. Plus, the fear of Mongol attacks made the rebuild sections of the Great Wall a great expense. However, this proved to be pointless, as in 1550, the Mongols crossed the Great Wall and sacked Beijing, and the Ming had barely moved together an army of 50,000 to drive them back. So the Ming began to the siege. As they reached the north, they forced to sea bound to try anyone to sea. This stopped anyone from landing in or sailing from China, essentially closing the country off. Yet, as the Portuguese agreed to help push the pirates, they were given the power to trade there. Further threats to China would come from Japan, who had just unified under Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and he, in the 1590s, would invade Korea and march right onto China. But thankfully for the Chinese, the Korean Navy defeated the Japanese and ended the Inter War, preventing a Japanese invasion of China. But this didn't give them peace for very long, because around the same time, the Churchians began to invade under Karachi, and he began launching invasions of northern China and Korea. The Churchians, who were later known as the Manchus, were considered barbarian Chinese and Koreans. So the Koreans never refused to pay tribute to them, but this just resulted in another invasion in 1636, and this tribute continued for centuries. Yet in Korea, they returned the idea of Jung War with China, believing that the last bastion of civilization after the Ming dynasty fell to the barbarians. Meanwhile, as the Churchians were pushing south in China, the Cheng sacked Beijing in 1644. The last Ming emperor committed suicide, and he became the first and only emperor of the Qing dynasty. And a little interesting fact for you, when trying to stop the peasant forces, the Ming dynasty deliberately flooded the Yellow River and destroyed the town of Kaifeng. And this is believed to have ended the Jewish community in China, as no real traces exist of them afterwards. Ming generals agree with the peasant takeover, opened the gates for the wall, and the Churchians, calling Manchus from here on out, swept south and captured Beijing the following year. The Qing dynasty under the Suji emperor had fled into power in China, and as the Ming had already been defeated, this made their right to rule over the mandate of heaven far easier. But they were still always leaders in this country. In some regards, their status helped them out, as they favor with Tibetans and Mongols. Plus, their imperial examinations provided opportunities for people from all ethnicities to climb the social ladder. However, there were, of course, still ethnic tensions between the Manchus and the majority population. For instance, they required all non-Chinese to adopt their hairstyle, the queue, which was met with resistance. But the Qing dynasty responded brutally to dissent and often massacred whole towns, like in Jiangyin. Plus, the Manchus also built a willow palisade around Manchuria in order to prevent Han Chinese from moving into the region. The Manchus also brought their military organization to China, and this was previously created by Marathi, who hated the Manchus, and to briefly summarize them, every household was sworn to a company, and every company was sworn to a different coloured banner. By 1614, there were just 4, yellow, white, red, blue. But as Marathi created tribes invaded parts of China, more banners were painted by the border around the outside of them. These were banner ornaments, and the yellow banner, which Marathi put on lead, was the basis of the flag of the Qing dynasty. Further banner ornaments were created for the Mongols and the Chinese, so in total there were 24, and initially the emperor was contracted to move them, but over time they were all brought under the emperor's direct control to avoid coups and challenges to the throne. But the banner system wasn't just important for the military, it affected most aspects of life, and bannermen often lived strangely secluded from the rest of the population. This is because the bannermen were essentially nobility and providing functions in line with the government. But the issue of ethnicity in the banner system was a bit complex. For instance, Han bannermen adopted Manchu names before the invasion of Beijing, but afterwards many Manchu bannermen became more Chinese. Marriages between Han and Manchu depended on whether they were invalid or not, and sometimes Manchu women adopted Han children into their households, creating a further complication as to who belonged where. Thus, importantly, the Manchus lacked numbers, so sometimes Han families were just brought up to the rank of Manchu, given Manchu names, and took up the position of a Manchu. It was all pretty complicated. Yet in the 17th century, this banner system was initially very successful, and they held the highest rank in the
But under them was the Green Standard Army. This was a far larger army working more like a police force than an army in one, and it was mainly made up of Han Chinese. And on this occasion, just China. Obviously, you have the Manchus, Hans, Mongols, and Tibetans, which I've already mentioned. But in southern China, you also have people that speak languages in the Miao Yao. These groups like the Miao, the Mong, and Yao. Also in the city, you have the Cantonese, who would later fight against the Hakka. There's the Guanxi, and the Yu people who lived around Sichuan. And it shouldn't be said that they lived and changed drastically over time. Notably, most of these people moved further south in the 19th and 20th centuries, and from persecution and conflict to Asia and beyond. In the west of China, there's people like the Uyghurs, who are Muslim, but at this time they were more often called Comanche. And there's also a group of Chinese Muslims known as Wei, and they went by many names like Zhonggang or sometimes Pantai. So sometimes it's a bit confusing when the Wei rebellions, because the names have been often changed. And then all of these groups combined for the 19th century as they would all rise at different points. These are just some of the many ethnic groups in China. Many of them are just branches of the larger ethnic group. For instance, there are the Tinker people who traditionally lived around the southern coast, and they were seen as social outcasts and can be compared to the people in Europe. Anyway, the Green Standard Army, who was Han, was instrumental in putting down the early non-loyalist revolts. The first major uprising was the revolt of feudatory. This was caused when the emperor decided to take back provinces he had revolted to Han generals who defected from the Ming and joined in the invasion. The Green Standard Army proved effective at crushing the rebels, but Ming loyalists elsewhere got involved and formed a base in Taiwan. This, by the way, is something you can draw a later parallel with later on in the 20th century, like when the nationalists led to Taiwan to escape communist rule. So here you have Ming loyalists escaping to Taiwan to escape Qing rule, but Taiwan at the time was predominantly Austronesian, not really Chinese at all. And before this, the first major nation to settle there were the Dutch, who arrived in the early 1620s. So the Ming loyalists had to drive the Dutch out. However, unlike the nationalists later on, the Ming loyalists did not find security on the island, as the Qing dynasty sailed to Taiwan to march the rebellion, thus bringing Taiwan into their empire. Then the Sun Chi emperor died in 1661 and was replaced by the Kangxi emperor. And under his 61-year rule, the Qing dynasty experienced a great deal of growth. They drove back Russian incursions in the north and brought Mongolia into their empire. They continued to fight with the Jungas in the west for many decades. But when the Jungas invaded Tibet, the Chinese also invaded Tibet, thus turning it into a protectorate and later bringing it into their empire. However, the Qing dynasty not only maintained the isolationist policy of the Ming, but stepped it up again out of fear of Ming loyalists. This is because the Ming had been pushed further south and off the mainland, so the Qing banned anyone from living in coastal areas and certain provinces. So for a couple of decades, nobody could live within around 25 kilometers of the coast, and this, the Great Clearance, of course restricted international trade and smuggling, while also turning some former trading hubs into wastelands. But the Europeans were allowed in China. They were, after all, present in the imperial court, running the observatory and helping provide artillery for the kings. In exchange, they were allowed to practice Christianity in China and lead their mission. While in Japan, they had already been banned. But this all changed in the 18th century, as Pope Clement XI refused to allow Chinese Christians to continue practicing Confucian rites. So the Kangxi emperor, saying that the West was petty, responded by banning Europeans from preaching in China. This essentially closed China for good, but their quest for further expansion was not over. Kangxi successor, the Yongbang Emperor, continued the wars against the Jungas in the West, but these proved costly and in his reign in 1735, half of the treasury had been sent to the military. The Yongbang Emperor, by the way, could be described as a cosplayer, dressing up as the Dalai Lama, Persian, a European bison tiger, and a host of other things. His successor, the Changlong Emperor, ruled from 1735 until 1796. He finally crushed the Confucian Mongols and then launched the 10 great campaigns, the first of which finally conquered the Jungas, and this ended with genocide against the groups mentioned.
or during the pacification of the region, around 450,000 people, or around 80% of the population, was eliminated. Otherwise, Napoleon attacked Tibet and forced the Tibetans to pay tribute. So the Chinese killed and forced Nepal to once again pay tribute to the Qing Empire. So in these two examples, the Qing were successful, but their military influence was tested elsewhere. For instance, their numerous attempts to take their country to Iraq. So too was their invasion of Vietnam, and the remaining campaigns were largely fought against rebels, showing that long before the humiliation of the 19th century, China was facing major problems. Some of these were ethnic attempts like the Miao Rebellion of 1735, which centered around grain trade, and the Tibetan Revolt of 1750. There were also religious uprisings during this time, notably Sufi sects in Xinjiang and Gansu, and these Muslim revolts would often prove up until the 20th century. Plus, there were secret societies which were a powerful force in China for centuries. For instance, there was the Tiandi Way, formed in Xinjiang but moved around the country gaining supporters and occasionally robbing people from their revolutionary activities. While they, in the 1780s, rose up in Taiwan under Li Shuaren. This rebellion included pro-Ming lands, just angry at the Manchurian rule, and they were able to an army of around 50,000 people, while the country lived in the UK. The elite troops within just a couple of years. Yet a lot of the activities and origins of these secret societies were a mystery, and the Shaolin monks may have participated in some of them after the Qing dynasty closed down their monasteries due to their betraying allegiances. This, it is said, five elders traveling around the country and spreading their martial arts. Which aspects of these stories are true, exaggerated, or just completely false is hard to tell. But martial arts, without doubt, be important in the anti-Qing and anti-foreign movements in the 19th century. Another group which had mysterious origins was the White Lotus Society. These allegedly formed under the Mongol Yuan dynasty and led the Red Turkey Rebellion, which ushered in the Ming dynasty. How they survived the Ming dynasty until the late 18th century is hard to say. But in the 1770s, one local martial artist began teaching people in Shandong. He taught them how to fast for long periods of time, meditate, and about the coming of Maitreya. This is to simplify a Buddha who would come to earth and achieve complete enlightenment. Maitreya in this case would probably be best compared to the second coming of Christ, because just as in Europe, especially in the 17th century, many took up arms to usher in the new world, the same was happening in China. The belief in the coming of a new world is called millenarianism, and again was a recurring problem for the Qing dynasty. Although the government managed to push around one small following in Shandong, much larger rebellion broke out in the 1790s in the mountains of Sichuan, Hebei, and Shanxi. This time the rebels fought with a campaign and trained back numerous Qing attempts to restore their authority. Eventually, the war progressed to the use of local militias, but the rebellion lasted for years. The struggle of fighting against the group force led to widespread atrocities against civilians, and government control was forever weakened in these regions. Plus, although the Qing region was to greatest extent under the Shang Emperor, 10 great conflicts were incredibly costly, somewhere in the ballpark of 120 million taels, whereas the annual revenue was only about 40 million. Plus, during his reign, it was already apparent that the Paramount become redundant and just a cursory state, as all expenses still had to be covered. In theory, the government would get their support during the war in exchange, but over time the government had become a little bit decadent and squandered their money on luxuries. Think of them like the Janissaries in the Ottoman Empire, once proud fighting force that had become militarily useless, but politically strong. Even the Greek standard army proved to be just a means of income for the commanders and soldiers. As during Guangdong Rebellion, many of the soldiers could not even prepare their weapons. So the Changlong Emperor tried to bring back the old martial ways of the Manchu by reinstating royal hunts, but this was already centuries out of date. Small but Sichuan people in the north and the borders of Russia were apparently starting to use drug hunting. However, the Changlong Emperor was angered by them, told them to return to their old ways, bow and arrow. So the few people who were continuing to fight and even modernizing their habits were prevented from doing so. Otherwise, the Sichuan and costs of subduing rebellions had left their fleets, which largely just went to the coasts, incredibly unfunded and neglected. And to further worsen the situation, Queen was right, and there's no better way to illustrate this than about her share. Gained favor with the emperor and essentially conferred complete freedom. As such, in the late 18th century, he his followers looked to artificially extend military campaigns and continue receiving money which they took for themselves. By stealing public money and raising taxes, which he also took, he amassed a fortune equivalent of just under 300 billion in sales money, or around 15 years' income of the state. He was later executed by the Qing Emperor, but his reputation diverted a great deal of wealth from the government, meaning the canals with trade to the heart of China were maintained, and the Euro defences were repaired. This, of course, would have disastrous consequences again in the 19th century. But more than that, the culture of military government, incredible waste, lack of modernization, and later on, opium arrived in the country. But on the Europeans, they were still allowed to trade in Canton and and troubles were exposed to our men. But extortion in the region was commonplace, so James Flint, the East India Company, decided to go north to challenge him to petition the Emperor to open other ports. This was highly illegal, and Flint was captured and brought south to Canton. And the Chinese people accused of helping them break the invasion were publicly executed for aiding the barbarians. So trade in the was restricted, and the Canton system of trade was put in place. This meant international trade at Canton had to be done by 13 trading companies, known as the Company. Of course, the East India Company found this too restrictive for growing trade, and persuaded the people to send an embassy to meet the emperor. This McCartney expedition of 1793 was ultimately unsuccessful, as the Chinese still had no real reason to trade with the Westerners and still feared Christianity. As the emperor wrote to King George, "Our celestial empire possesses all things in perfect abundance and lacks no product within its borders. There is therefore no need to import the manufactures of outside barbarians in exchange for our own produce." So the opportunity to modernize the position of strength was rejected. And when the Qing Emperor took over in 1796, there were more Miao rebellions and the continuing White Lotus rebellion to deal with. These were crushed, but there were yet even more White Lotus rebellions in 1813, when Lin Jun led his march around Shandong. Now he was probably inspired by a comet spotted in the sky, and believing this to be an omen, rose up to prepare for the end of the world. There was another recurring problem in China throughout the 19th century, and that is famines. It is said that over the past 2,000 years, 1,800 famines have been recorded in China. However, I find it very hard to verify this number, with preceding the White Lotus Rebellion, there were two significant ones in 1810 and 1811. And although people died, these would be minor, the famines in later decades would kill millions. So the rebels gained followers in the midst of these omens and famines, and very nearly succeeded. Their troops marched straight onto the forbidden city and entered the gates, and they opened retreated when the country outgrowing and lead the defense by firing muskets in the crowd. With all these internal problems, China was losing its international clout. Fewer and fewer nations were sending the tributes, and some of the old states in their countries were falling under the influence of Europeans. For instance, at the beginning of the 19th century, the British invaded the colony, bringing yet another nation further out of their sphere. Furthermore, during the was a growing population increase. This happened because, compared to previous centuries, there was relative peace, and the importation of cocoa and potatoes were great conditions for the population to climb from 100 million to 300 million throughout the 18th century. But the government responded poorly to this population increase, and many people went hungry. So many hand-farmers began to cross the Red Palisade in the north and into Manchuria, the only place with free land available to farm. So the rebellions continued. When the Dow took over in the 1820s, Muslims in the West, Yarkand and the likes. And the only reason the rebellion was decided is because their leaders were afraid of their president. And these successive rebellions had to leave the treasuries once again to raise and heavy taxes, especially on merchants. So the Kokong merchants in Guangzhou, in their income class, were more open to dealing with foreign merchants, and one made it. Now, opium had always been in China, but as it arrived in the tribute system, it was always a luxury for the rich. The East India Company never ended that. Looking to end their trade with China, they began growing opium in India and selling it to the Chinese. In 1780, they sold 1,000 crates a year in Chinese, but by the 1770s, they were selling over 4,000 crates. Various other the sale of opium, but the compound agreed to ignore this. It met the British merchants at sea, brought opium back to the mainland, and sold it across the country. So by the 1820s and 30s, Over 30,000 British were arriving in China annually, and the East India Company had reversed the deficit. It wasn't just opium that began arriving in the South, however, it was also Christianity. Early missionaries like Rabbi Rothschild translated the Bible into Chinese and converted a small number of locals. Although this Christian community wouldn't really have an impact for decades, successive emperors issued edicts against the practice of the religion. But back to opium. The emperor sent lots of troops to the opium trade, and he began seizing stockpiles and destroying them in 1839. Many British people were not particularly defended of opium, and in Parliament many spoke against the trade. But the British had recently underwent a great shift in mindset when it came to international trade, spurred on by the writings of Adam Smith and political events like the repeal of the Corn Laws. Britain wanted to trade freely with the world. So the destruction of opium and following skirmishes persuaded the British to get involved, and the first opium broke out. On paper, China had fielded around 800,000 men, with around 200,000 of them carrying some form of firearm. But more often than not, governors had taken money for train and put an army on paper, but in reality, they were and took money for themselves. So it was probably more likely they had around 100,000 men ready to fight. The few soldiers they did actually also fought ready, and it would take months for them to mobilize from the far-flung reaches of the empire and redeploy to the battlefield. The British, on the other hand, fielded around 5,000 soldiers and around 7,000 sailors. In theory, it would still make them fiercely outmanned, but if you look at various the odds weren't stacked so much against them. For instance, China had 1,000 veteran soldiers, backed up with Royal Navy cavalry, defeated around 8,000 Japanese, so they were still not as much as you could expect. The Chinese placed command in the hands of some pretty inept generals. They were, of course, in their titles because of their bloodlines and skill, but more China really fought an international war in decades, and of course, never a modern war, so they just didn't have the experience. There was also a fear that if they failed, they'd be put to death, and this resulted in a more cautious approach to war. Often various leaders would refuse to fight or aid their fellow leaders elsewhere, as it was far safer to keep to yourself and preserve your life. A lot of them, however, did have a bit of courage. Take the example of Shah. He was tasked with fighting the British in Guangdong, so just as the local canteen leader. Instead, he recruited soldiers from Jan and Kong, further to gain any real action he could take, and in the meantime, he just spent his days dining and partying with the officers. He tried to launch a big attack on the British in Guangzhou in 1841, but when this failed, he retreated back into the city and refused to fight them the next day. Wood, however, still sent reports to the Emperor that all was going well. British forces were defeated, while inside the city the poor logistics of the army resulted in vicious fighting and supplies, and he surrendered to the British forces, signing the Treaty of Guangzhou, and he was the general who made peace with the British without authorization from the Emperor. Xi, for instance, had done the same back in January that year. To put this in some form of context, imagine if during World War II, British generals in Africa made peace with the Germans fighting Egypt without infrastructure, or on D-Day, just 1/10 of Christmas men that actually turned out to fight. Some of the generals refused to take part, supplies were fought over on a first-come, first-served basis, and after the first casualty, they made peace with the Germans again. It would, of course, take a night war, and it was the same for the Japanese. What's more, inside them, there was a feeling of indestructibility. They, after all, started at China as the center of the world, and they looked at the British rebels. Then say in his diary, I hear that the English rebel ships have already fought their way to the port as Leo 10. And of course, most importantly, the British Navy was far better equipped than anything the Chinese had a full fledged navy after dealing with so many rebellions, and instead relied on their coastal forts to defend it. Plus, what would again be a problem of the 19th century, and navy decided by region. There were a few in total, like a Jan and John. This meant they were not only underfunded, but also uncoordinated. And once again, many leaders would seek to preserve their own peace rather than help the defeats. So the British had an easy job concentrating their force and making small navies and attacking relatively unmanned forts and defences. After fighting in Guangdong, they captured coastal forts like Ningbo and even sailed up the Yangtze River to trade along the Grand Canal. Meanwhile, to the west coast, not many people know about. The Sikh Empire tried to Tibet.
So the Chinese were forced to sign the Treaty of Nanking in 1842, and this allowed them to deal with the empire. They had to hand over to the British and end the system, but most importantly, to open themselves to the outside world. Outside of Hong Kong, the British were allowed to live in and open five other ports: Shanghai, Ningbo, Xiamen, Fuzhou, and Guangzhou. Other major nations began to follow suit in demanding trading ports, starting with the French and the Americans, and then strangely Norway, Sweden. Because of this, Christianity started making ground in China, and one of the early converts was Hong Chi-Chuan. After failing the imperial incarnation, he began to claim that he was the brother of Jesus, and in 1850 launched the Taiping Rebellion, one of the most deadly wars in human history, and a catalyst for further rebellions. So to recap, the Qing dynasty power in the middle of the 17th century, but quickly became corrupt and ineffective at governing over such a large population, as foreigners within their own Manchurians faced opposition from the majority of the population, secret societies, poisoning populations in the West, and many more. Upon entering the 19th century, population movements towards government led to widespread famines and natural disasters only make the problems worse. Yet when people discuss the fall of the Qing dynasty, they often mistake European wars. Fast forward a bit, and that's it. But going forward, you will see that half of the country will rebellion in the 1850s and 60s, and tens of millions will die. Millions more would die from famines, floods, and the likes. And all of that would of course lead to the fall of the Qing dynasty. But I'll discuss these series of unfortunate events next episode. In 1840s, the British forced the Chinese to open 5 trading ports and allow the sale of opium. Other nations then followed suit and forced the Chinese to allow them to trade as well. And previously small towns became huge trading centers. Notably, Hong Kong and Shanghai thrived because of being opened up, and companies like Jardine Matheson grew incredibly wealthy off the opium trade. Plus, this is also the period in which HSBC, or the Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, why is Christianity in China? Hong Chi-Chuan. After failing in the imperial examinations, he began to preach that he was the brother of Jesus, and in 1850 he launched the Taiping Rebellion, one of the most deadly wars in human history. But to state that it was merely born out of Hong's belief that he was the brother of Jesus would be a bit naive. Like I stated in the past episode, there were many problems facing the Qing dynasty. They had lost a great deal of money due to corruption. Their population had grown at a near unbearable rate, growing from 100 million at the beginning of the 18th century to over 400 million in this period. Plus, like in the past, famines had once again played their part, and in the 1840s there were 2 major ones. In fact, famines in the early 19th century were reported to have killed over 40 million people. So, of course, the social order began to break down, especially further away from the coast, and many were hungry and angry with the lack of government response. Plus, Hong himself was an ethnic Hakka, which is a subdivision of the Han, and he gained a sizable following amongst his fellow Hakkas around Guangxi. As for the other ethnic groups in China at this time, I gave a brief rundown on them in the past video, so maybe go have a look at that. But this region in the south was filled with various ethnic groups like Cantonese and Zhuang, and there were always tensions between these communities. For instance, in 1831, there was a small Yao-led rebellion. Then there were also the secret societies like the Tiandi Hui, who looked to bring back the old ethnically Han Ming dynasty. But some also believed that there was a great cosmic shift coming, or in other words, the end of the world was nigh. This, which is called millenarianism, also encouraged many secret societies to launch further rebellions. So you had famines, ethnic tensions, and banditry, and Hong adapted Christianity to fit Chinese sensibilities. And then the rebellion broke out. But shortly after the Shangfeng Emperor came to power, the Yellow River flooded in 1851, once again drawing many angry Chinese people to join the Taiping Rebellion. So Hong was able to take Nanjing and set up the Taiping Kingdom, a Christian state in the heart of China, which almost through the Qing dynasty. And to make things worse for the Qing, not only was he massacring mansions, but people around the country followed suit and also launched their own rebellions. For instance, bandits in the north, with no great purpose except stealing from the rich and aiding the poor, launched the Mian Rebellion in 1851. Their leader, Zhang Liqing, claimed the mandate of heaven when they were on the advance, despite just previously being a salt smuggler. These rebels captured most of Shandong and southern Hebei, and caused a great deal of devastation for over 15 years. Then the Tiandi came to the
picture, and a group closely connected to them, the Small Sword Society, captured Shanghai in 1851. Meanwhile, the Tiandi Hui in Guangdong started the Red Turban Rebellion in 1854. Although this was suppressed a couple years later, it caused ethnic clashes between the Hakka, who helped the imperial forces, and the Cantonese. In the end, this ethnic clan war, which lasted for around 10 years, killed close to 1 million people. Plus, to make matters a lot worse, there was an outbreak of plague, and this, the third plague pandemic, quickly spread by refugees, internal conflicts, and the horrors encouraged others to take up arms against the government. One region struck particularly badly was Yunnan, as there, in 1856, the Muslim Hui people rose up after Han Chinese massacred some of them. This began the Pantai Rebellion, which again lasted for years, this one until 1873, and claimed the lives of over 1 million people. Plus, later on, another Muslim rebellion, the Duncan Revolt, would break out in the far west. Otherwise, the ethnic Zhuang, led by Yan Cheng in 1855, took over sections of Guangxi for around 10 years. Plus, the ethnic Mao took over sections of Guizhou for nearly 20 years. And in the midst of all of these rebellions, the Nepalese invaded Tibet in 1855, but this resulted in a stalemate. So most of China was up in arms at this point. And then, in 1856, the Chinese Canton seized a ship known as the Arrow. As this ship was registered to the British authorities, the Second Opium War erupted. The French joined the British, and so too did the Americans to a limited extent. And once again, the Chinese were easily beaten. Westerners, in fact, burned down the Summer Palace and forced the Chinese to sign another humiliating treaty, which included the expansion of Hong Kong and the payment of reparation. Plus, as a bit of a side note, the man who ordered the destruction of the Summer Palace was James Bruce, the Earl of Elgin. His father, the previous Earl of Elgin, infamously transported the Greek Parthenon marbles back to Britain. So this father and son team caused quite a bit of cultural damage and hostility against the British for a very long time. However, the main benefactor of the Second Opium War was the Russians. They had already gained the right to trade in western China, but now took the opportunity to begin moving troops out of Manchuria. Then, threatening war at a second front, they forced the Qing dynasty to cede half of their ancestral homeland by 1860. Allowing them to build the port of Vladivostok on the Pacific coast. Plus, the borders in the west were redrawn, with Russia taking the area around Lake Zhejiang, and the Russians continued south through Central Asia, taking a lot of Chinese troops away from China's influence. Shortly after this, the Chinese emperor died, and left 8 regions to lead his young son, the emperor, dealing with the ongoing rebellion. But the former emperor had 2 emperors dowages, Sisi and Xian. And they united with his father, their Prince Gong, and launched a palace coup. This Xinyu only put the Empress Dowager Sisi in a position of power, which they keep for the following decade. But to Prince Gong, China began to make some serious reforms. One of the first actions of this self-unity movement was the formation of armies. Although they had just been defeated by the British and French, they hired some Europeans to help train and organize their army and navy. These included Frederick Cotton Ward, Leon Severny, and Charles George Gordon. Gordon, by the way, became famous in France, where he was killed by Mars when defending the tomb. The first of these armies was the Victorious Army, the Xiang Army, and the Peking Field Force. All of these included tens of thousands of men armed with Russian and French weapons, while being trained by the British. Yet the Victorious Army was very long, as Gordon's strict discipline led to many soldiers deserting. The Xiang Army was ready to disband, but the Huai Army emerged in its place, and it survived until the end of the century. Also, with help, Qing dynasty also set up the first shipyards in places like Shanghai. So these refused to military troops strengthening movement succeeded in putting their rebellions. But by now, so many rebellions, the central government had essentially lost control of many of their provinces. And with this loss of control, banditry increased not only in China, but also in other nations as rebels fled the country. Many of these bandits and refugees fled to Vietnam and Laos, where they established their own armies like the Black Flag Army, captured land, and took over trade in the area. The Siamese led a number of unsuccessful campaigns against these Chinese bandits during the Boer Wars, while in Vietnam, they would actually come across the French. This is because the French had just taken over the south of Vietnam, but I'll get to this clash between Chinese bandits and the French in a little bit. Back in China, this strengthening movement occurred around the same time as the Meiji Restoration. But, of course, both had very different results. The Japanese became a colonial power within just a few decades, whereas the Chinese continued to decline, and there's a few reasons as to why this was. Japanese modernization was greatly accelerated thanks to the Zaibatsu, four huge companies, Sumitomo, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, and Yasuda. A couple of these existed before the Meiji Restoration, showing that Japan did have the infrastructure in place to adopt reforms. Plus, they also had an early form of stock market in the Kyoto rice brokers. This, the Qing dynasty completely lacked. Plus, during the Meiji Restoration, the emperor's forces ousted the ruling shogun and his theocratic allies. This removed conservatives from power within the court and paved the way for reforms without any major opposition. In China, however, modernization came from the ruling emperor and they sought to maintain the status quo. So the few reforms that were done somewhat reluctantly and disingenuously. For instance, sweeping economic reforms that would upset the status quo was met with a great deal of opposition. Plus, the eight-banner system, which I talked about in the past episode, was still influential. So, a nationalized and modern army was again met with a lot of opposition. Furthermore, the new shipyards did produce a number of warships and were close to turning China into a regional maritime power. But they couldn't reorganize the structure of the navy, so the Beiyang, Nanyang, Guangdong, and Fujian shipyards all controlled the ships that they produced. This meant that during future wars, they essentially operated as separate navies rather than one very powerful navy. This was tested in the 1870s in Taiwan, but I think a little background on Taiwan is in order. Taiwan, otherwise known as Formosa in that time, had a large Aboriginal population. And in the 1860s, they attacked American sailors. The Americans responded by launching the Formosa expedition of 1867 against the attackers, but this had little in the way of real success. These Aboriginals then, in 1871, attacked sailors from Ryukyu, which was formerly independent, but coming under further Japanese influence. The Japanese demanded compensation on their behalf, but the Chinese argued that the Aboriginals were wild and outside their jurisdiction. So the Japanese launched their own expedition in 1874. The Japanese were then free to occupy sections of Qing territory, proving the fundamental weakness of the empire. Seeing this, the Japanese went ahead and just annexed Ryukyu a few years later, despite protests from the Chinese. And in the minds of the Japanese, it opened up the possibility of further expansion and colonization in the region. Plus, over in Korea, with Chinese power on the decline, they had lost their main protector. The Americans and French tried to open up the country in the 1860s, but despite a great loss of life, the Koreans refused to yield and open up. But they also still refused to acknowledge the leader of Japan as an emperor. So the Japanese, who were modernizing at a rapid pace, sent a ship to explore Korean waters, and it was fired upon. This resulted in the Gangwon Island incident of 1875, and the Koreans finally opened up. Some in Korea favored modernizing in line with the Japanese, yet the prevailing attitude was to still keep aligned with the Chinese. So Chinese soldiers were invited to remain in the country to train the new army and prevent falling under Japanese influence. Yet the structural problems that existed in the Chinese Navy also existed in the Chinese Army. Rather than being under a central command, the new armies were under the control of various high-ranking officials. For instance, in the case of the Huai Army, it was under the control of Li Hongjiang. So, once again, in future wars, they would often not unite to work together, and later on, the commanders would become warlords, and in next to no time, take over huge sections of the country in the early 20th century. Although Prince Gong lost favor in court after being accused of monopolizing state powers, Li Hongjiang would continue to push for reforms. Plus, another reformer was Zhou Dongtang. He helped establish the Fuzhou Arsenal. Plus, he also led the expeditions west to crush the Dungan rebels and their leader Yaqub Beg. But Zhou strove to bring the West back under China's control, and won the debate against Li Hongjiang, who argued it was a useless territory. Zhou, by the way, is where General Zhou's chicken is named. The Muslim rebels out in the West had established their own state, named Yetaja, and for a time they were recognized as a vassal of the Ottoman Empire, but largely only in name. However, Zhou's expeditions were successful and Yaqub Beg committed suicide, bringing Western China back into the fold. Now, during this rebellion, it's hard to estimate the number of people who were killed, but it could be as high as 20 million. A lot of these died due to famines caused by the war, but there were, of course, many massacres. Elsewhere, Shanghai may have lost around 50% of their population, while Gansu lost closer to 75%. But despite all of this loss, China survived. The emperor at this time was Gangshu, but he took over in 1875 at just 4 years old. So real power was split between the likes of Li, Zhuo, and Empress Dowager Cixi and Qian. But Qian would be in the early 1880s, leaving Cixi with more power. Plus, around this time, Zhou advocated for a war with the Russians. They were, after all, in the midst of the Great Game with the British and had been expanding into Central Asia. So when Yakub Beg had rebelled and pushed east, the Russians occupied parts of Yili. The moderates at court sent Zheng Ho to deal with the Russians and negotiate their peaceful withdrawal. But as Zheng Ho didn't know the geography of the area at all, he essentially handed the territory over to them in 1879. On his return, he was imprisoned as a traitor and Zhou sent troops to the border, while Russian warships appeared off the coast. War was only avoided thanks to the signing of the Treaty of St. Petersburg. But this, the Ili crisis, shows that the Qing dynasty wasn't in a permanent state of weakness in the 19th century. They stood up to the Russians, and during 1880, over 200,000 rifles as well as artillery were shipped to China from Europe, and it became apparent they would not be a pushover on land at least. The Russians agreed to hand over territory because they were facing their own political upheaval and debt after their war with Turkey. But this whole crisis brought about mixed feelings in the West. Some British aid Chinese during the crisis and believed an alliance with China would aid them against their Russian rivals. But others, in particular the Australians and Germans, began to fear the Yellow Peril. For instance, in Australia, a great deal of invasion literature was written in the following years. The Chinese also became increasingly suspicious of the Westerners as well, especially because Christians began to change their cultural practices. For instance, at this time, many Chinese still practiced foot binding, which the Westerners spoke out against. Plus, the widespread poverty caused by the rebellions and the likes meant many parents were turning to infanticide. Many Westerners spoke of how Chinese parents would drown their young girls in particular, but you could also find many abandoned children by the side of the road, or left in towers that were built specifically for that purpose. Some estimated that up to a third of all girls born in some region were killed shortly after birth. So the French missionaries set up the Association of the Holy Childhood to take in, baptize, and teach the abandoned children. This practice of infanticide would become a lot worse during the 1870s when a famine struck northern China. During this famine, it is estimated that around 10 million people died and conditions became desperate. There were also reports of husbands selling their wives, mass infanticide, and the likes. But as missionaries worked, rumors of them buying children and killing them began to circulate. So back in 1870, locals in Tianjin gathered and massacred 60 missionaries and converts. This wasn't the first missionary riot. For instance, 2 years earlier in Chicago, similar rumors spread, claiming that British missionaries were medicine for the babies and riot transferred on local aristocracy. These rumors of missionary riots would continue to grow over the decades and become more important. Eventually, in the late 19th century, the missionary activity would form the basis of the partitioning of China and later the Boxer Rebellion. Plus, the French in the 80s used of them missionary bases of Vietnam just years earlier. But the Chinese agreed to pay compensation and arrest the leaders of the riots, preventing any European intervention at this moment. Yet in Vietnam, continued to expand. In 1881, after the speech of businessmen, French capitalists insisted and threatened to annex the entire nation. So the Vietnamese emperor called on the Chinese and flag off for assistance. China also sent troops out, eventually a large war. So both agreed to split the country into two emperors. But in 1883, Jules Ferry became Prime Minister of France, and after humiliation for occupation war, he hoped to rebuild his country in colonies. An expeditionary corps was sent to Asia to defeat the Flag Army and march against the Chinese, who still remained in Vietnam. The Chinese Guangxi army fled from the French at Ninh, greatly embarrassing the Dowager Cixi and those who called for war against the French. But more than just their cowardice, there was another problem in the disjointed armies, as the Yunnan army did not come to the aid of the Guangxi army. So the commanders of both armies were either executed or committed suicide. So war supporters like Jiang Jidong had to step aside, and Li Hongjiang and his moderates made peace, agreeing to withdraw from Vietnam in 1884. Yet no date for withdrawal was set, and when the advancing French encountered the Chinese, they were ambushed, starting the Sino-French War. Along the border, the French really lacked the men to invade China, and their attacks were driven back. But at sea, the French were more successful. This is largely because the lack of central command hampered the Chinese war efforts. The French were free to sail and destroy dockyards in Fuzhou and the Fujian fleet. The other fleets, meanwhile, were reluctant to get involved and did little to help. The Guangdong fleet, for instance, made no attempts to break through the blockade. The Nanyang fleet split to protect their own cities, and the Beiyang fleet argued that the Japanese or Russians would exploit the situation. So the Fujian fleet was left alone and was nearly destroyed. Plus, the French moved to take Taiwan, blockaded rice shipments in the Yangtze River, and tried to secure an alliance with Japan. So the war could well have been completely disastrous for the Chinese, but false reports of a huge Chinese counterattack led to a political crisis in France and an early peace. Plus, as the Chinese moved their soldiers from Korea to fight the French, the Japanese aided Korean reformers in launching a coup. Chinese troops under Yuan Shikai were sent to restore order, but an all-out war wasn't desired by either side. So Li Hongshan once again looked to make peace. The Treaty of Tianjin was signed, and both Japan and China withdrew their troops from the country. However, in the court of China, Dowager Cixi began to take over control. In 1885, he downgraded Prince Gong to just an advisor, and filled the council with easily manipulated people like Prince Fu. The Guangzhou Emperor with age and full power years later, but he made his first steam navy, slowing down the navy. Cixi had no interest in modernizing the navy in particular, yet by 1889 this came outstanding. Otherwise, for the most part, rebellions had subsided and there were no Portuguese dominance. But a peasant rebellion in China changed all that. This rebellion, the Dong Hak Rebellion, began as a result of high taxes and unpaid soldiers. The Chinese sent troops to help subdue it, but the Japanese argued that this was breaking their past treaties. Yet tensions had been escalating for some time, and Japan was already the Germans, after being encouraged to treat the Japanese troops, predicted that the Japanese would crush China. Yet this was not to be. This is because the pace of modernization was slow, and only around 50% soldiers in their army rifles. The rest of them brought things like muskets, spears, swords, and pikes into battle. Plus, there was very little in the way that could be described as modern tactics, and opium was also a particular problem in the ranks. To further exemplify this, there were allegedly soldiers who dressed as tigers while trying to intimidate the enemy with their ferocity. But the wife of a Western merchant, Mrs. Little, didn't believe that they existed at all. She said, "I was told that the tigers were not merely soldiers at all, but that some officers drew pay for them as if they existed. And then when the general all the beggars and riffraff of the city put on the tiger uniform over their rags. Turned out in so disorderly a condition that even the officers were afraid of them." So here, the way you see a great either bishops had no real powers to speak of, or they were still using the ludicrous outdated treatment. Plus, previously, to limit the number of people immigrating to Nigeria, railway lines were constructed. This severely limited the amount of supplies that could be sent by land. So, as the Japanese began sending troops to fight the Chinese in Korea, they had to supply their own troops by sea. But the Japanese Navy defeated them at Pungdo. A greater defeat came at Yalu, where the Beiyang fleet met a relatively equal Japanese fleet. But due to poor planning, lack of communication and the likes, they were crushed. Their German ships were taken by the Japanese, and for the next half a century or more, Japan gained dominance of the sea in Asia. And China's decades of modernization were completely undone. Japan was then free to march into Manchuria, while they took Dalian, Haiwei, and Taiwan. Meanwhile, further Muslim rebellions in the West broke out, and the Chinese had to create a new army to deal with that, the Kansu Braves. They were successful, yet some of their commanders belonged to the Ma family, and they would become powerful warlords in later decades, who controlled the west of China in the early 20th century. So China was forced to make peace with the Japanese in 1895, and the Japanese were given control of Dalian and Taiwan. Yet the locals in Taiwan were unwilling to see the island fall into Japanese hands, so declared themselves to be a republic. The new president of Taiwan, Tang Jing-song, persuaded the leader of the Black Flag Bandit Army, Liu Yongfu, to serve in his army and resist the Japanese. But this was unsuccessful and the republic fell. Otherwise, Korea was now firmly under Japanese influence and would be later annexed by them. But the Japanese were unsuccessful in actually taking Dalian because of the Western powers, specifically the Russians. They wanted a warm water port in the east for themselves and feared Japanese encroachment. Meanwhile, the German Kaiser Wilhelm feared any sort of Asian power and is credited with coining the term power. So he united with the Russians united with their French allies, and together they pressured the Japanese into renouncing their claim on Dalian. As for the Chinese, who severely humiliated, Japan had been seen as a lesser state for centuries, but now they had crushed them in war, taken land and massacred many of their people. And after that, there was a bit of a mad rush for concessions, and China seemed poised to be divided up like Africa was. However, for now, you can see that after the Opium Wars, the Chinese weren't necessarily doomed to suffer from a century of humiliation, as it's been called by later historians. They were able to threaten the Russians on land and hold back the French during the Sino-French War. And at some points, people even suspected that they would become the dominant power in Asia and not the Japanese. And it's very hard to see why. They of course had the larger population and had created a larger navy. But institutional problems always meant they were on the losing end of wars, and as we entered the 20th century, anti-foreign sentiment led to further rebellion, lack of reforms led to further dissent, and a lack of central command led to the warlord period. But we'll look at the scramble for China, the dissolution of the Qing dynasty, and the warlord period in the next episode. In the 19th century, China was defeated by the British, endured a number of rebellions, suffered from famines and floods, and then were defeated by the Japanese. During it all, millions of people died, and the country became weaker and weaker. At the end of the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895, Japan took Taiwan, released Korea from Chinese influence, only to later annex it themselves. Plus, the Japanese were also set to take Port Arthur in Manchuria. But the Russians, Germans, and French intervened and forced them to hand Port Arthur back. But the Russians didn't do this out of kindness. They wanted it for themselves and got support from their French ally in pressuring Japan to hand it over. Meanwhile, Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany just sought to undermine the growth of an Asian power. And in fact, Wilhelm had been a little bit obsessed with the growth of any Asian nation, and is credited with coining the term Yellow Peril. So these three nations were under triple intervention, and they were strong enough to force the Japanese to relinquish territory in 1895, and this ultimately humiliated them. This was especially bad as the Japanese then had to watch, as the Europeans began to claim Chinese territories. There was a rush for territory beginning in 1997, when in Shandong, German missionaries were killed in the Jewish incident. The Germans had and just a year earlier, Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz had claimed that it would be a good location for a Russian navy base. So the Germans sent forces to the area and then forced the Chinese to use the port for 99 years and essentially all of Shantou fell into their sphere of influence, as they were given the right to railway, mines and protection. This set off a chain reaction of foreign powers to get the influence for themselves, similar in a way to Africa, starting with Russia, China, and Port Arthur. Now China is doing so because Russia had off more indemnity to Japan as part of the Development Treaty. This was the diplomacy, and this is something that China used in years after the Russians and French took on Japan, challenging British Hong Kong, while the British took on Taiwan, the Germans and Russians in Ireland. Had things continued this way, seeing that the Russians would be taking a free hand and taking over Manchuria, so the Olympics. Britain would set up a speed in the middle of China, France could expand to the south, and Germany would take China down. Plus, Japan had been paying up Joe, forcing China to sign an agreement, preventing any other nation from putting it in their sphere of influence. And weekly, even the Italian flag played from Day in 1999. But this was the only nation the Chinese denied. Thankfully for China, one man in particular changed all of this. John Hay, the Secretary of State in the USA, sent diplomatic notes to the European powers, encouraging them to uphold the open door policy and not to break with China. This open door policy put the weight just to ensure that all nations were free to trade and equally. And it seems that most nations agreed with it. For instance, shortly afterwards, Britain and Germany began to agree not to ancient industries. Meanwhile, these, along with the humiliation of the whole by Japan, demonstrate that we're going to have to do something completely revolutionary to their military society. The Gwangju Emperor needed to be made, and he pushed the 100 days. This would have been changes to everything, but the military reforms were taken in force. Even though in the past they continued to introduce new training and weapons, there was no central command, so separate armies and navies were forced to nature grow. For instance, even in 1895, they created a new army under the command of Chief Pai, but like past armies, their loyalty to Iran, not the country at large. So if these reforms, like Yuan Chief Pai, would have lost some degree of power. There was Prince Yuan to expel all foreigners, Rongwu, and the Empress Dowager. So to end the reforms, this group orchestrated a mass coup and placed the Guangzhou Emperor under arrest. So now, conservatives from China, foreign powers claim further concessions from churches, and generally encroaching on Chinese land. Plus, many Chinese people were, of course, unaware secret agreements were made to maintain China's open door policy. So in Shandong, a new anti-foreign group emerged, the Fists of Harmony and Justice, like secret organizations beforehand, like the Big Sword Society. They used martial arts to not only practice for war, also entice people to join them. For instance, they would often demonstrate that they fired gunshots, but it was probably there was not enough force in the shot to kill them. They also claimed to have magic and was called to sometimes and a nation of Java of over one because of their martial arts. Title of box. The boxers in 1890. This government but the Qing allowed the boxers to spread out, killing Christians on 100 churches in Beijing began to braves by the under the issue and remained vehemently anti-foreign. That was a to the foreign legation. While landed in Tianjin, troops came from Britain, the US, Japan, Germany, Russia, land, United Asian, the Chinese islands, boxes. This new foreign began. Foreign the forbidden city where the emperors lived, and only 400 troops. And the troops moved into Manchuria. There they crushed the Empress Dowager by that the city resulting in peace treaty and give Western Manchuria and this peace war a couple of years. It's already gone. The great military move. Foreigners the United States by the way used their share of activities to create a university in Beijing, University, which is often ranked one of the best universities in Asia today. With missionaries and whites, so British expedition in India. Started any organization
watched it. This expedition following the expedition, so albeit while in Manchuria, often inviting some of the abolition. And to embrace power, to poison. She was trying to bring back the Thames. Nephew, every day, ever since the sign of Japanese war, growing in strength. He tried to the leaders were so, but this many supported them, wanted to modernize franchise. His first attempt to start Central in fact, open and other students and because of the life. When light the first the people's Chung Shan well became mouse. I said anarchism had just as large an impact on Chinese socialism. For instance, Jing Wei and Sun Yat-sen, the Chinese assassination, which is of China. This wasn't religious people. But later,
dictatorship of the people, leading them down the right path. Easily without communism. Advocated for worker-run enterprises, free from centralized. This can be seen as similar to the people's conscience revolution, which favored there's no secret police and force. So it was now and sold one and these were in the army. The soldiers that had remained mutinied seized the gun. Revolutionary sentences. Just and cities like policies heavy taxes encourage the peoples to demand their independence and exploit immigration. The leaders of the Mongol Tibet sees the the region the Dalai Lama. Two had essentially west previously and in 18 particularly the rebels west. The emperor was type rebel. The young just James and the new and yet say the man and she with extended peace Sun Yat-sen and over China to Yuan object AMT that control Song tried to limit however this the early 1940s. This was what erupted. Already fully annexed Korea back in the German control chain. They sent 21 demands to the Chinese. To force them. Demands control over China. Chinese try and keep sentiments China and because he gave it Japanese great humiliation. So to a certain Han Emperor, the realm should stay up. They set up a group of tankers and began to guide them. Right. The military. David. He was on this list, so too was Dorothy. The two men, whether or not ideally essentially scary and deciding Duan was and so, as you can expect, many and to bring them plus thousands of people to China. As Duan Rai began calling some days still living, proclaimed him once again. He had resided problems same moment and telegrams to the military. This includes once again they said were actually for instance China put in take part in any vaccine. Labor level pay. Trenches. Now to take this thousands went United States. America was over 100,000 instance. Mines often treated on. There was a Chinese leftist and education close to the point of pride. Abroad. Disaster for Duan. Stay in the again. It was Janjo. Korea's abandoned. Appointed premier. He finished in late 1980. To power. Spent most of his time against as you his followers he's devoted hence Ari loans Prime Minister Russian the people who in particularly history class he strikes him into sight. So refused to sign in the midst for instance, self-said movement was only one revolution, powerful capital consisting of the working class. To power. Mongolia should remain Chinese. However, and his image as a patriot One was the lot. On the Asians. On the other hand, and they were unsuccessful. Just a count problem. But this had arrival of his boat. To leave and to and ambitions bring them into the and 20 the Anhui and Geely Kriegswort War, Zhang Zhou-Lin and his Fengtian group joined it. Independent. And every good. With your rebels one sheep the bay and so did the that had been a history of great which followed their commanders alliances China failed to make missionaries. You are correct. The national protection. To get there. Out. For the control. Challenge. This cheap. Both police. They had all, but would appear, and also entitled. Who would later go on to create his own clique. Many of these men had prior experience, but some just a bandit Japanese. In fact, this thanks to foreign investment. This warlord again within
general, cruel of the many of these people kept his province new somewhat. Loyalist country, China, official aliens, as for Inner Mongol. These maps is the ultimate Lord in the same year. This is especially what so these are just detail. A section with a story that President and Duan as his premier started the constitution. However, the new president had very and his unbreak promise of the German party army claiming just as 1920 and lights outflanked and one Chang Jojo were an educator and just as simply printed. However, warlords, food, especially and disasters. A quarter, 500,000 people, and 6 million. So in banded and practice banditry anyway. Some together. It's severe society and
to 1926. Integrated weapon. Old religion and one. These groups popped. Period. Fatal. Is the this was a hot and this city of Sid. So the green plot open other credit. Otherwise, all the provinces was groups in order to going straight or to produce ways just to action crimes usually as the average life. So, in Japan and in Britain it was around 58 plus prevalent, some of whom is still China 6 share power. However, young then and he became influential. How could and under in 1920 and president 1920 South from the KNT, which had been covered by Soviets. He had largely hit. Sometimes he was more angry with the Soviets. The heart of all aims, but most all, so he didn't have the means to tradition. He had been leading the first constitutional protection movement since 1920. Of the whole light, eyes, and
Johnny Banshee War. Soon was successful. Out. Countryside. To mention the keeping and how until and Joe patient which for one soon attack. District. Focus. So, best of recognizing and if didn't you are yeah reach re coordinates yeah county your country to second BCD serving stuff if you unite America we don't Shad rolled over the legs. Sometime on the USSR in the northwest powers situation in the north changed dramatically. They couldn't make any Shang how couldn't in the house for the Steve 100 Forbidden City his concession twice dog meat oil you name it. So the GD around 100,000 Nova Nanjing one key president given that he had the choice negotiate created a house Han would remain pain as until he was ousted in a coup fight. And he was done. And still thinking it was tender former vice general he was subsequently arrested in 2 countries and presented different visions of China and Wang Jing on the other instance in the international communist while on the street ownership and some would Japanese factory led to the protest. The May 3rd, first country and furthest right.
We're talking about.
So this control of Android so while FIFA martial law communists
defected to
kickoff.
But this was we pay food and to get treated for it. Continuous work. He answered some and this one's course of action increased after years of failing. Tackle allies and as most of these forces like China quickly 1920 city and an expedition so he TNT took over ship surrounded you as unsettled save Chang that didn't help much defeat KMT so along with many invaded while in the called adventure and the natural general he was hugely as many saw people as invaders so thousands between them take all of it when which they took factors Guinness led by uprising you know but this I can work on it. Actually, full control and his the future. From there, courtesy of Green Communist and April. And Chang's and Nanjing continued to Joseph Darwin sent a message including leaders in his far lower than he needed. And 7 he moved. Shankly. This see Sultan and Chen Territory 4 governments Kaishek Wild its own party launched hoping to exploit the divisions in the KMT. Called on unity. They drove back Science forces. And the two governments were united. Refused to have. Once Tang Cheng's became an independent ruler, all threats of exile and Japan, even to the August, small nearby own rebellion, harvest pretty small number. Encourage them. Many realize the country among the Halio still had big plans. This was what control Kaishek and he hoped money although pressured by launching the danger they could feel and rival the Jingang Mountains managed to hand it in this movement. It's because the leader unsanctioned workers shocked Wang Jingwei frizzled and this still and the wind rebuilt even carrying young salt spot and it's and Shaq was forced out of the city. So he quickly came to me. Touch. Avoid pushed further directly. Completely ruined for it. His trainer. Zhang Wei. Beijing. Then, her allegiance to China. Sides and defeated. Then came to the Russians. Highway. Then what? Georgia. Top Jack. Nation of Manchuria. 20% of the answer. This not equipped with 29 Japanese and looting their own goods to restore control over the citizens and happiness. They had all had Japanese the dog meat found in 1920 to track heritage. Even encouraged his own soldiers Xinjiang and Hanfu, country well Mongolia independent, pretty complicated. I had been like Christian Wood invaded Gansu. Many in the family members trying on the show. Vegetarian. The area and began to fight. So it was chaos. Died as panic. Rebellion of Gansu. Soon. Coup back in 1927. Long Young took over and later be somewhat tied to the king. He maintained a great deal of autonomy, which was woman brawl. Young, long time, rented. Begin the very driver. Shot and Soviet involvement. Again, hierarchy, the foreman junta, AFT, and Joe Teacher. To drive it, to mobilize the population to the roads. Support and invaded. To go fight. Kreisek in the camp. He wasn't honoring. So, who to have deep power in. So now, question remains. Kreisek. very short. Manchuria. Great. Because China was till 9 China movement Germany Japanese government regions and those that were loyal hope to unite its government largely into war as well. That is allies. And of course, this proved high and crisis, and this also within the territory was Wuhan sub-council angry with the governor paying taxes directly in Nanjing, not then. So they dismissed it, knowing that this was China. Initially, and Tang Shen soon by Chiang Kai-shek supported. So with it, he fled to home. Commanders were sent south, but they were unable to force Xiaoping. Those governors. So returned to the region. And by now, were wet. Ran on 90 to 400. Together they men died. So nation north safe and like KMT support in their attacks on this conflict and advantage of this bill. Still, the actual conflict seized properties came into the time. Local disputes and science numerous times defeated. Nevertheless, 32 5 is but why they did this debate. The Tibetans with their 40 weapons and fully trained army, which combat between Muslims and any religious building. Of the Chinese and the able to capture counties in Shiva, way back in the altogether. Those base Jingan, the KMT. In the log. So he began to purge them, looking for the KMT. Jan in but so was led by Unions sent 28 China influence and seven circling campaigns. Team troops came to look for a while. When he was assassinated, Tarnate pieces, so long as they sent died and Ginger Wren from the east, but Jin enlisted the white Unions. Soviet and Japanese. The KMT Mark fighting against again, hated them by Russia. China, Manchuria, actually tried to after that. Back independent, there go. So Manchuria, they already plus area plans to blow up a section of their own. This in 1931. Things will enhance Chiang Kai-shek from the Japanese and the League of Nations. The aggressor. Months. Now they need this new Tianjin. One of his agents the throne was Yoshiko Kawachi. Could not use terms. With these terms, we accepted. Across the region, troops were sent. Yet Manchuria remained to their previous. So Japan in the Great Depression. Besides the obvious also horrific crimes in general was put in command of the weapons. Forms of it. Stop. I send you slow them to be attacked. Thus the Japanese. In March, city upheaval in Japan. In October, then after he refused to recognize the state, China former war where students protest can gather together. Right. Get from the area while Chang rang on your hand to the building factories, commercial centers, putting bills and to the teachers. Which disagreed with communism, obviously. Who in fact resisted and the central in the center, government and civil war. They decided almost and the and this felt in the eastern there ever since the Boxer Rebellion. Then on rifle. Another skirmish. To their new post. Watch the Japanese approach the capital. Assault after assault. These swords find the Chinese were obviously outgunned. They created the dead town as soldiers. These aren't just bombers by Japanese officers, Japanese women, and as Chinese territory altered. Yes, Japanese expedition to the north. They had sent collaborated into Japan. They believed that began to right. September 1930, princes of Johor and Yuan met and decided to create we said under the however the creation of the Soviets see power started the start will come back to my as leaving was on the defense as Mad John during this news of the map based on their villages were destroyed. So he trapped in the way Muslim created this was by the many fight against the Soviets. Who all from Japanese may have had as the hero ruler. So, however, man, attitude, but this was about Afghanistan as well. Biggest people, very complicated to way more sheds of this army, AMT. Kashgar was, as the city changed hands numerous times in 1983, there, no idea who Lazarus had gone through the areas. While the Mag League troops were towards 34. It's now ruled. The rest of was around 1930. very so arrest Japanese without fail. Or just in within its own borders, it began to look ever larger. They began in this time. Thanks to Nazi generals and for starters, also your colonies, so governments states but really German and they should also focus on building at least 4 these facts. Again, this makes a lot of sense. Concept eventually placed major raw materials in the water. Then with the 3-year plan was introduced, major steel works, the hand produce mortars. For centuries before the Opium War, Europeans were making Marco Polo, which I'm sure you are aware of, but even before they were setting up in Europe, setting up in Egypt, crossing over and Christianity over to China in the Dark Ages. Church. Empires began to fade away, and takes inspiration of China came in the 6th century, when Byzantine started to China to steal some eggs. Largely the Muslims who did the West, and there were large populations living within China, so large in fact that in the 9th century they began to be named for the country, and China's massacred them. Numbers are disputed, but it was probably over 100,000. Zhou in 878. Then the Mongols invaded China and the tribute. Once again, tensions took over, and they were so the outside century, the Mongols exploration to do they think East Africa, Asia, but China didn't trade tributaries. Small powers, peace, great centers believed that China was at the point the Chinese who were into did a special Sino-centric just rather quite literally. Jun had, for instance, conflict in Malabar. Puts China not in the center, is altogether. proved by the single fact we can see. This is well, food to feed that population. Trade is tricky. The main began to trade against this, and they to this just encouraged the Japanese in Western Europe, China, at least army of onions was the Philippines. Was she? They're probably defeated it. It's made from bills. Barely 1,000 men to train. To see prevent sea from China essentially get out the Portuguese agreed to help push the power to them. Korea and March went on to China. But tactically the Chinese, the Korean Navy defeated the Japanese in war. It didn't go very long, as around the same time, the Egyptians in the north began to unite under Rothschild, and the Germans Koreans. China, last 15 of civilization, wounded. I leave the being the first man shut dinner and deliver. And destroy to have ended existed. He run out south and captured Beijing. And they gained favor with it. Jews and the majority of the population, which was met with resistance, but the Qing dynasty responded quickly. The Yin, plus the Manchus also built a ring palisade to the French. The military organization from China.
warned. Every company was warned with 64 just yellow, white, or blue, but as no 80% check. The outside of them, pushing around. Further banner armies were created for the Mongols and the Chinese, so in total there were 24, and initially the emperors, three of them, thrown, but the banner strangely secluded from the rest of the population, because the bannermen and some hand named all the invasions. Really, Jake. I would say, broken so much. There were the and so and by community China as to split empires in itself. Time. Road up. You say, crossing the what was one of the behind his life, as high as it in the 6th century. China was largely trade. Large populations of Persians. Those dirty. People from China in this I don't know where it is. I'll leave that China. European maps. Industry control. Hong Kong was not so much looking for trading. Rather,
last
So the main was the Portuguese man. Young comes.
If I answer $2,000 is endorsed Kamala Harris. Hey there, it's Michael. The so the Korean and 56 are central. China in 60. Beijing from Sochi. This easy. Outside state. This Rachi this down. What's that? We'll go with the
nation to Europe. Adopted Manchu names. Chinese. Asian plastics. Names. Yes, in the 17th century. Initially for peaceful. Chinese. China. So, is there like August? It should be was what? Vegas. They went back. Highlight. It's time. Later, settle there. Drive the Dutch out. Then some GM. I don't. While also turning. We're allowed in China. But I called anyone in your fair. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. This mission, while they have, but this will change in the 18th century. I don't. But then Austria.
This is great.
Way.
Another proof there is no cancel culture. Was expected.
One of them was just bacon. Dr. Rule.
Welcome to
The white.
check.
To let the rent.
Tomorrow, you want to know what you need?
Just isn't. See, this time the rebels fought.
Cold fruit. Video virus comparison and on-cat.
These regions
Claim the video is protected by the First Amendment
greatest experiment.
Change of ideas. Like this.
Well, look at F-20. Think of other planes. This year's will bring the action. And it's flying the all 30 S. He flies the Formula 1.
Reinstating royal Jesus.
Joe says the average 22.
In the 18th century, he and his followers looked to artificially extend themselves by stealing public equivalent days.
The 2020 election.
Chicken Peter largely conducted a great deal of the government, meaning the canals running trade to the heart of China went unmaintained, and the Yellow River flood defenses were never repaired. This, of course, would have disastrous consequences in the 19th century. But more than that, the culture of corruption led to rebellion, incredible waste, lack of modernization, and later on for the county right country. But on the Europeans, they were still only voted.
Governor was Southern. LA's big city.
This meant that national trade in Canton had to be done to the 30 pound this. McCartney as the Chinese still had empire possesses
moved out of
manufacturers of outside of the area. There were yet even more white voters rebellions in 13 when Lin Ching led his branch around. Spotted him, and believing this to be the rise of sport in China. Nations were sending tributes and under the influence of 19th century, the British invaded Nepal. Hungary. Luxurious. Bedrooms. However, creative. Crazy. Emperors tried to jump the same boat. Country. You can point every first. If you are behind, very easily. Chinese, unfair. Christian. Many British people defend the same. Trade trading around the world. First, China, 800,000, with 200,000 some form more often. Trade paper didn't occur. They had another fight. They did.
Land of America, and it takes away wherever you may be, the nation around the world. You know, with the front. Israel was one.
To make the just in his days died.
Linked to Russian intelligence.
He retreated back to the city and thereabout. However, still sent reports to the emperor that all was going well and the British could easily resulted in fighting over supplies.
Because they can see.
Phrasing. Some form imagine it. the entire. This meant they were not funded. The British and unfortunately they had to open themselves. The major name started. Examining Jesus 50 aliens. Fascinating. Often the country 60 changed. Unfortunately, converse protected right. It was as he was the people social breakdown lectures away from the anti Cantonese. One rebellion. Christian. Like in other way. Stories. Rebellion. But shortly after the church. So watch that with it. I'm on the program. Just salt. And of course, great. So this was. There's still, yeah. Great. Yeah, that's a true. I was walking home from a night of hockey. Arms at this point. 6 days. Drag me off into the. He's with you. Pretty much easily. Canadian serial killer. The destruction. I just wanted to. Like, right. And put it friends out with it. Exactly. Columbia and I was in the Western region at the time, taking them out of Chinese trip. Right. They united with his other this Shin Yoke about defeated by the French Europeans to we're talking using great weapon. I was going. Very warm. They call them because many rebellion. China. And she's living in Flag Army captured land. These Chinese. Because the French are just taking South
Talking about
same time. So, Japanese story decades. Sui,
kind of
couple of these. Rice bro. First demonstration behind the end. Forms that word.
strength and hard to drop.
So nationalized. Essentially, these aboriginals landing attack sailors from like that. Japanese women retarded Japanese.
Russians occupied parts of the territory. British Australia. Yes. The West East. Scotland. During this, was to make another road. Setting the side and the light. The poor, children and killing six missionaries. And missionary riot lasted 2 years. These rumors the decades eventually in the late missionary basis. The French arms threats into it. Hold on the incidents. Was sent to Asia to defeat the Black Flag. Either execute suicide. Agreed to start inside of but at sea.
So, the French moved to take needed rations for the Chinese. Chinese the UN Treaty of Guinness. Take this first original state. Take the end. Nine. And unmixed villages. Institutional end of war. Japanese. We did. Sure. But Germany just especially scrap. Jeff. Japan. God. While the British highway music and United Holmes this group under house arrest. Foreign powers claiming for churches. Since they would often demonstrate shots. Title of boxes cast with so industry. Resulted in the Russian. Agreed to money. And he's agreed to
tried to launch another society. Especially those who are any further foreign. System. All of them Australia after the books were in the good sending abroad. Foundation of communism. When the early so this is China's yes. And then were initially and one of their secrets was many red largely initially the right and but revolution so ceased the government so allegedly dragged army command and programs of revolutionaries in a
In a Chinese country. His fellow Muslims. He kept control of sick. In fact, it was during Chief Jack me the position. Instead, drunk here. I think dictate it was actually one was unbelievable. So as many genuinely had it. Again, they rebelled. Protection. Actually said when they were always thousands of years entering jobs are decided. Should have brought him up. Outro separately. G. Okay. Stop. Jack. Was just famous for open schools with young most prominent revolt is just a quick recap. Institutional protection money. Gain credit dissolve out. The GB thing 10. Power. Generated 20. Just like China, natural disaster. Thousands of deaths. And then many groups. But this defeat that. Essentially. So, I supported the G1 in this continued and To launch his northern expedition. He had been new as constitutional. Come from soon fly. He resulted in Guangxi himself, forcing Liu control. Himself. Regions. Then Kai invaded Sichuan. The province in defense. This chaos. Fourth. Force John King. Situation. Agreed to and advisor. To bring the unequal treatment. Then, in the South in 1925, created a powerful union. His successor, was rejected. So he South starting the yes.
The China should reach that. U.S.
And podcasts all in. Yeah. Still has more music. Wait. Oh. Jesus, very well. China who have just unified when it took 90s and it's a very long pass around. West.
Ginna